Ish. Hi. Hello. Evening to all of you. It's been a very, I wouldn't say it's been a long day, but I had other things to do in the day, and that's why I had to start the stream a bit later. But here I am, finally being able to stream to you guys. And as I stated, I was going to do one reverse stream yesterday to do the viewer pools. Today we're gonna do the story reading. So here I am. Yes, let's get into chapter 7 really quickly. Together with you guys. Good to have all of you in here. And we will be having this for, I think, probably a good 5-6 hours. So this is gonna be very deep in the night. It's like 10 p.m. where I am right now, and I plan to get all the way to stage 20. I'm not sure if I can, but we'll try to see if I can do until stage 20 within one stream. I'm still shocked when you all stated that this one will go all the way to stage 30. So it's a lot for me to read, and then plus there's still the bonus story, which doesn't include the 30 stages in the front. So hopefully we'll be able to get through all of them. For what it is though, I am excited to see how it plays out. Now, I did progress a little bit in my story chapters, unfortunately, because I wanted to farm. I wanted to farm so that I can get the... I turned on my AK sound. Because I'm farming in AK right now. You know why it's a failure music? Because I haven't created my OD8 trust farm. And OD8 is very annoying. So that's why it's a failure music. So anyways, within my own reverse account right now, so I decided to press on with this, and I regret it a little bit because it gave me spoilers when I did it. Like, I intended to just do the chapters, right? And then I found out that this chapter is actually extra interesting because there's a mystery. Like, there is an actual mystery for me to solve. I'm assuming it's a mystery to figure out the cause of the storm, which is good. I love mysteries. I love games where it gives me like clues in order to piece together what the heck is going on. Reminds me of me playing Danganronpa. So I'm really excited to see how all these clues play out. And then if I happen to pause and not read anything, understand that it's because I love figuring things out from the information the game gives. So yeah, I know I didn't progress way too far. There's no like major spoiler yet, but still it's a bit like a, oh shoot, they're doing this kind of gameplay in the narrative stance. So I think that's super exciting. Hopefully we'll have a lot of fun with that. Now I believe this is where I stopped the beginning of a proof, chapter 4 or stage 4. We'll start from there, and then afterwards we'll progress to see what happens. For now though, I want to use Lucy quite badly, but the thing is I don't have the currency, I think. I am slightly off the currency in order to get Lucy. So we're gonna have to hold on tight. Probably after I play chapter 7 and 8, that's when I have enough, and then afterwards I can build her side cube. We see how good she actually is from testing her out. Okay? I got around to using? No, it's just because her side cube isn't attached. I already built my Lucy though. Within my account. Yes. Oh, hi Obitovan. Thank you. I think you appeared in the stream a bit later yesterday. But good to have you in today. Why is Winsong?
You're finally
I
here.
think it's Trust.
He can use
She can use Isolde's side cube in the meantime. I feel like I just want to see it when it's all paired together, so I'd rather not. I haven't built her last resonance, although I think I can do so now. What, bifurcated skeleton? Yeah, I think we can craft it. Just craft it. Let's give her side cube 10 at least, and then we progress from there. Nice. Level her up. There you go. So yeah, there isn't the default selections yet, so just gonna do the quick load rather than set it out on my own. We will test her out later on. Now that I have Lucy built, honestly the next person I should be building is like the next 6-star that I get. But who's to say I will get Kakania? And then there's still Semmelweis for me to build as well. I remember yesterday in the YouTube chat, someone wrote, I had 1 million Sharpodontes when I started this.
Go.
And then afterwards he said everything vanished. And I'm like,
now.
there's no way.
Help?
I had 800,000 Sharpodontes, I think. and it became 100,000 afterwards, and I'm just like, oh shit, that's how expensive it is to flipping build in this game. Like it got in my head that is like the expenses you have to do for every character. So oopsies for that. Suddenly makes me think I should have bought last month's Raw Jukebox, because I didn't buy last month's Raw Jukebox, but maybe I'll be tempted to do so again. We will see. Actually, I should also see what are the packs this time. Because it's anniversary, right? Anniversary will assume that there's some good packs. Is there like any selector stuff going on now? No, rookie is for myself. Event. There's material selections. There's no selector, right? Or is it this? Oh, there is selector. Should I get? Wait, let's see who I have and who I don't have. I don't have Sotheby. I don't have A Knight. I don't have Anan Lee, Centurion, Medicine Pocket, New Babel, Melania, Jessica, Calabona, 6. Realistically, I shouldn't be getting medicine, right? If I want strong team, I should be getting 6. Realistically. Because 6 will pair with everybody that I have. Medicine Pocket is just having a healing choice. 6 in a 4-man team is like really good. I mean 6 to pair with like my 37, to pair with Marcus, to pair with I believe Lucy would go hard with pretty much all of them. Gertian's good for Lucy. I have the dog already, I have Pickles. 6 can treat Storm Syndrome, so therefore he's the easiest choice. Yeah, why is Semmelweis here? Semmelweis is a new character, that's so surprising that she's already here. Too bad I can only buy one though. How much is it to buy one? 30 USD. Quite expensive. But maybe okay. 30 USD with what? 10 hit hunting? 10 pools? I mean, yeah, kind of pricey. Don't know if I want to. We'll see. Why didn't I buy Medicine Pocket? I trust that she'll come in the off banner one day. Okay. I already bought all these. So I bought the Psycute already, nothing to worry for that. Okay. Oh, Lucy can be bought directly with the currency if you do 200 pulls. So that's if like you want another copy of Lucy, I guess. Hold on, but that currency goes away, right? When the banner closes. Huh. What should I be buying then? What's my copy of X? How do I tell how much potential I have for each character? I must go to crew to check. So X is...
So nice to meet you. I've been waiting for so long.
X is 3.
It's so
Portrait,
nice
by the
to
way.
meet
That's
you.
the name of it. And then... who's the other one? Necrologist? Am I blind? I am.
Hello. Welcome to the Tombstone.
Oh, Necrologist is very new for me. Do I have every 5-star in the game? How do I tell?
There's
Check my
still a
profile.
vacancy behind me on my broomstick. Would you like to ride together? Of course.
Is this like 2, 3, 4, 5? I almost have every 5. 90%. How many 5 stars could this be that I'm missing? 3? 2? I don't know the... Oh wait, there is an index, right, within this game. Atlas. Is it roll? These are all the 6 stars. Why is Kakania already here? I don't have Horrorpedia. Who's this? Oh, is this a new one? Lorelei? Wait, the only 5-star I don't have is Horrorpedia. What does that mean? Who's this? Oh, is this Semmelweis? I guess this is Semmelweis. Oh, this is Gertian. Oh shit, I should have recognized the silhouette. Oops, yeah, it is Gertian. Who is Semmelweis? Like, that's 6. That's Kakanya. Are you telling me this is Semmelweis? I don't know what she exactly looks like. I guess it is Semmelweis. Oh, this is Carla. Oh, then I don't know which one is Semmelweis. Because I haven't clicked on obtaining her yet. That's weird. She's nowhere. Is Mr. Happy Day out yet? No, I do not recognize that name, so I would say he's not out yet. So I also almost have every side cube. I mean, I don't have Blasphemer of Night because I don't know anyone who can use it. I mean, this is Sotheby's, but I don't have Sotheby. That's Gertian's. So Lucy's one is missing. So this would be Kakanya's one. And then these are the 5 stars. Actually, it's fairly easy to get everything in this game. I don't know. Do you all think so? I feel like it's... I wouldn't say everything as in like every single 6-star straight off the bat, but like it's quite easy to get a solid collection in the game. Like, I played the game for a year, and in fact I didn't play the game in the first 2 months. You know, so for me to play the game for like what, 10 months? I've spent 3 times in this game. I spent on 2 jukeboxes and 1 monthly, which the current month, the monthly, I started it now. So like, how many 6 stars do I have? 12. 15? Sorry, I can't count. 17. 17 6 stars. 17 6 stars is a lot. I mean, if you include Semmelweis, then it will be 18. 18 is a ton. I mean, it's just lots of choices, really, that goes around. I do have a little bit of joy within this game that, despite me saying that I'm not a fan of turn-based strategy games like HSR and even this game, but maybe my +1 to reverse compared to HSR is that I do enjoy that some of their harder modes rewards you for having good players. It's both a good and a bad thing, because if someone's a new player coming in, or like someone who's having a account that is getting built over time, right? A mid-game player, basically. A mid-game player and a new player will probably struggle in things like the roguelike game mode, and they'll probably also struggle in Mains Bulletin. But when you get to the late game, and then you're playing Mains Bulletin starts to become, do you have an idea as to who you can mix around with? Like, who that you own can be bunched up together to form a good team to combat it. So that's something I appreciate quite a bit. The difficulty can drop after 3 to 4 months. I think it's a bit of the same pace as AK, where like you'll probably have an easier time, no longer stressing about needing to clear stages or why can't you defeat this by 3 to 4 months, because at that point in time, as long as you build, like, I created a reverse beginner's guide, right? And I think a part of me, whenever I make like guides like this, I worry that the tips that I gave or the advice I gave doesn't stay valid after some time. But I think being about a month or 2 from that video, I still think the advice that I state, where it's like, okay, just concentrate on the 2 elements first, right? Make sure you give a DPS to one of each element, and then you just pick a second person that you think can support. Like, when you get that sort of build done, I actually think everything in the game is pretty clearable. Although I do think that this one might amp it up a little bit more, but having built more characters in the game, it gets me to realize that there are some people who makes difficulty look like nothing. What I mean is that, for example, if you get Druvis in your account, or if you get Satsuki in your account, if you struggle to kill the enemies, you just petrify them like no tomorrow. Just keep stunning them. And then afterwards, they can't hurt you because the stun. Right? If you get something like Eternity in the early point of the game, or if you get Eternity, you get Lucy, you get Jill, you get Winsong, right? These four. You just out DPS the enemies. You focus on building them first. You get everybody else to be like the spectator, the actors behind them, and then simply put, you just make them do all the damage. Because of how OP Lucy and Winsong became, their sales have dropped for each banner since 2.0. I think it's a normal phenomenon, simply because it's the same behavior as a lot of other gacha games. When you release a very OP character, everything else behind just drops. That's the problem with choosing gacha games, choosing this whole limited banner idea, where it's like, if you do a limited banner, everything else will look weaker, and then people will not care about them as hard, and then people will start saving towards the limited with the assumption that limiteds always release good things. Problem is the requirement to auto farm a stage if you don't clear both requirements, even if you manage to clear the stage within the max allowed turns. The requirement to auto farm a stage if you do not clear both requirements. Do you mean auto farm is only unlocked when you clear both stars? I feel like that's not the case though. I feel like if you clear one star, you can already get auto farm. But if it's both star, yeah, I can see that being a bit of a trouble, but I still think it's pretty okay and possible for people to achieve it nonetheless. Are there any other people who I think changes up the game quite a bit? To be fair, unfortunately, I haven't tried a lot of the 5 stars because I don't have the resources to build them. I do wonder down the line, like the people below that I haven't built, is there anyone that could be pretty impressive to use? Because like, if there are some people here who have very good status ailments, I could see them being pretty damn good. Are there any 5 stars that I didn't build that you all will be like, oh, actually that's a pretty good 5 star, or no, there isn't such a thing? I give credit to a few people here. Bomb Bloom is obviously very good. I think Satsuki's not bad, after having used her for quite a bit. X.
It's so nice to meet you.
X because of Moxie down,
I've been
right?
waiting for so long.
I never use X, but I think Moxie down is a good thing within the game. And dispelling stats up could be nice as well, because like, if you don't want the annoying enemies to deal with, I think X can be fine. You know, Necrologist is good in mains bulletin.
Hello.
Necro and Yenisei.
Welcome to the Tombstone Muse. My apologies. I'm losing it a little.
Does not
from
die after
all
taking
that I've
lethal
had to
damage.
do.
Instead, increase HP. Oh, that's very interesting. That is very interesting. It's like a shield. Holy crap! I can't believe they fed such an ability to a 5 star. Yeah, if used well, I can see this being pretty good. You know, used in the correct round, you prevent your allies to die. Your healer just helps. Pretty good. Who's the other one that you're named? Yenisei? Yenisei is really good.
Привет, Miss Verton. I'm arranging the travel notes from the last trip.
I find it hard to say if I think Soneto is good or not, because Soneto annoys me at times. Grants immunity to the targets for 1 round. What is immunity? Immune to stats, now negative status and control. Can see that being good in certain places. Flow. After consumption, gain Moxie or Empower Incantation. Grants it to herself. Okay. Inflicts damage dealt lower damage dealt for the enemies. I feel like general content maybe it wouldn't be that impressive, but Mains Bulletin, yeah, I can sense that certain scenarios might be good. Damage taken reduction. Oh, she's all about decreasing the damage. Okay, that's very interesting. Yeah, I can see why she would be good. A single target heal is the strongest in the game. It's like a Susuru of the game. One of you said August is good.
I know how to treat a new friend like you.
Rousing morale and damage up. Dispel stats up. Okay. Grants cure status. Restores HP based on the caster's attack. For 4 rounds. Whoa, the number of rounds is kind of a lot. At the start of each round, recovers HP based on the user's attack. Grants damage heal. Interesting. Can't see if it's gonna be that good, but I can see that being cool. How can I not build myself? What do you mean it's myself? Oh, the last one. How come I hear none of you talking about Baby Blue, huh? I thought Baby Blue used to be good. Isn't Nightmare status pretty interesting to work with? Except that it's not on her basic abilities. The Nightmare status only comes from her out. What is she doing? Why is she constantly doing that? You sideline her after Iso. Diggers can also cast Nightmare. Yeah, he can.
What do you want to hear? We've got plenty of time together.
Interesting. I want to see Nightmare on the 6-star. Unless you guys are saying there already is Nightmare on the 6-star. Is there? I mean, yeah. Another big thing that I think I appreciate enough about this game is, at least if you all join the game now, or in the current state of the game, there isn't too many people. So thankfully, it's kind of like, in a way, easy enough to get someone that will be okay for your team, basically. So yeah, but check Digger's skin. Reject violence, reject hatred, reject getting up early, reject mathematics. How are you, Manus Vindictae? What's the context? Goodbye, Diggers. I knew it. He's the easiest one to be tricked from everybody. Who's next? Who will fall to Manus Vindictae? Honestly speaking, it will only be him. There's no one else around here that would fall to Manus Vindictae. Okay, the line in 1.4 about getting chased by 37. There's an anecdote in 2.1 that explains how you join Manus. Okay. There isn't, but the new limited will do something similar. The hot skin's the evil skin. You have no idea if Spathodea is good. Spathodea is good if you're looking for
Maybe we can bring
single
flying back to the games.
DPS.
It is a bit dangerous, but
It's quite similar to a lot of
There's
other
plenty of
games,
folks by the
right?
field. There you are.
Most
Come check out my new proposal.
most games that involve combat doesn't have any new logic, right? If you release a character, it's just, do they attack multiple people? Do they attack one person? And then if they do either of it, how good are they on each of them? In the case of Spathodea, she doesn't have any single AoE ability. Everything about her is attacking against a single person. So amongst all the people who attacks only a single person, Spathodea is the best. If you're fighting only one person. Now, if you are running Spathodea, most people will tell you, oh, make sure that you have Iso. Because Iso is a direct pairing with Spathodea. Because Spathodea needs what we call burn
Maybe
to be good.
we can bring
But the problem
fire back
is,
to the game. It is
she's
a
not
bit
very good at setting up the
dangerous,
burn when she's on
we
her
can
own.
always
Like, it's a little bit
avoid
frustrating.
field.
Every time you do it, you gotta get the buff up first so that she has like the
puzzle.
ignition, and then because of the ignition, she casts the burn onto someone, and then she inflicts depending on the amount of burn that you set onto a target, that's the amount of hit that she's able to deal. Because there's you can see the bigger critical damage over there. I think without Isolde, it becomes a little bit tricky to reach the 15 burn. Especially Spathodea alone. That's why some people would then say the other alternative is you have Ulu. But the problem with having Ulu,
Wow,
I feel, is that
another
Ulu
worshipper.
isn't exactly super strong.
Have a seat.
It's like, you won't get as big of a DPS per se when you get her as an accompanying person in the stage. So that's why it's a direct pairing. Now, what if you don't have Isolde? What if you don't have Ulu? Can you just use Spathodea on your own? I'll say it's okay, because I've already done that before. I've used Spathodea on my own when I'm like doing a solo beast team. It's just you forgo the extra critical damage.
Maybe
That's
we
it.
can bring
Because even
fire dance
here's the
back
thing,
to
even
the
without this
It is a
line,
bit
right?
dangerous, but
Even without this
we
extra
can
critical
always have
damage,
plenty of
it's like
dogs by the field.
it's okay.
There you are. Come check out my new proposal.
But with the bonus, of course, she becomes one of the strongest person. There'll be more burn characters later. Yeah. So it'll be okay. Should you build Spathodea? I don't see why not. For one of you who asked me about Spathodea. Oh, what's my rating towards the 6 stars right now? Actually, I don't have anything negative to say about any of them. Shemaine can double out, which is not a bad thing. Lilia, crit damage, mega. Lilia is basically Spathodea, except star. Any favorite characters? I have way more favorite characters in reverse than I do with AK. Like, who are my favorite characters? I like Lilia so much. I like Medicine Pocket. Too bad I don't have her. Winsong over Lilia? For sure. Winsong is stronger than Lilia. I won't deny that. I like Marcus a lot. Marcus needs to be treated well. I think those are my 3 favorite characters actually. Marcus, Lilia, and Medicine Pocket. But yeah, I mean, even amongst the 6 stars that I currently see, I have one that I'm annoyed with, I think. Yeah, I think I have one that I'm annoyed with. I haven't used Voyager, so I won't talk about her. I think it's Pickles. Amongst everybody. Why?
The puppy is delighted by your visit.
Because it's annoying
He
to
is
set up
about-
Pickles' clarified topic. Yeah, Pickles is support. And Pickles basically need this thing called the clarified topic. Clarified topic is created when you don't cast actions in a round. And it's like, there's many a times that all the incantations are just his, and it doesn't kind of work. And clarified topic reduces on your number of actions, not the number of rounds. So yeah. Pickles is the easiest character to make use of. I can say that it's easy to use him. I mean, his clear role isn't to damage. His clear role is to buff. But maybe the reason why I'm not as interested is just because there are other buffers and debuffers that exist. So like, it becomes a bit tricky as to why you pick Pickles over some of the other people, where it's like, hey, they have debuff, right? And they don't just have debuff, they could do damage too. You know, kind of thing. I mean, unfortunate because Pickles is
The
an
puppy
early
is
game character.
delighted by your
Like,
visit. He is
the later
about-
supports that exist in the game, I feel, became a lot stronger than him as a support. It's almost like saying Pickles got the Skadi treatment. If I compare Pickles with someone from AK. Y'all get what I mean? It's like, it's the early part of the game. So they haven't figured out the balance at that point. Thanks, Kings. Oh, the buffing older characters. Is that real? Are they like raw stat buffing instead of adding like an attachment? Oh, that's weird. So they're trying to alter the characters on its own. Oh, okay. If it's balanced well, I can see that not being a bad thing. But I like the idea though, if you guys are truly saying that they're balancing it, because that might mean that they don't plan for a big disparity between every single person in the game, but rather they wish that every character is just more like, hey, you have these people, so you've got this stage that you're being played against. Who are your best 4 people to use within that stage? So it's almost like saying you are the controller, right? And then your role now is, can you pick the correct skills to combat against the stage, rather than, oh, here are all your easy buttons. So okay, I like that. Hit reward is what they call it. Okay. They better make the dog meta. I don't mind. But I'm not like heavy hating on Pickles. It's just I like using him the least amongst all the 6 stars. Yeah, I really want to use the 5 stars as well. I just need to reach the point in the game where I can freely build literally all the 5 stars, which is not now.
There's
it's just
still a
because
vacancy behind me
6
on
stars
my
are actually
broomstick.
very expensive to build.
Would you like to ride together?
So who knows when I'll actually be able to play with them. Although I can play with them whenever they release like
There's still a
the
vacancy
extra
behind me
game
on my
modes,
broomstick.
and then you can try them out. Okay, hold on. I need to deal with whoever's that's next. No, not edit wilderness. There's a new reconstruct button on edit. Tap to start reconstruction. Tap on the water body you wish to reconstruct. Then select a style of water body and tap and save. Oh, is this just to make water easier? So no more recoloring of water, and like I can standardize the water. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that makes it less annoying. Yes. One of you asked what... no, not one of you. Many of you asked, Cookie, why is your wilderness so messy? I don't know. So who's 100%? You're out. You're out. You're out. And you are out. I think I have almost 100% like pretty much every 6 star in the game. So Lucy's the new one. I'll put her in. Villa's in too. Necro's new. Let's put her in. And August is new. Damn. The whole family's there. Yeah, because I've moved on to the 4 stars already. Gaining Bond in this game is quite easy. You think you have 100% every unit except for the newest one? Yeah, I think it's actually pretty okay to 100% everyone within this game. It might take me just another 3-4 months, I would say.
The wind is most
What's the
comfortable
minimum
now.
vigor that you need
Let's
for
take
max
off.
dust and Sharpodonty? I think it's not the number that I have right now. Is it 4,000? Or is it 3,000? I can't remember. Anyone knows? I'm not at the highest. Is what I know for sure. Because the highest is when this is 50%. Or is it 55? You think it's about 3... You think it's 3,500? Okay. 3,500 it is. Oh, so, but another of you is saying 3k. 50% is the max now, but it'll go higher. Yeah, I hope to make my wilderness prettier. I mean, I like building wildernesses, so it's a lot more rewarding.
The wind is most comfortable now.
Okay,
Let's
anyways,
take
that's a
off.
nice little review of the state of the game after 1 year. Cause like, I don't really like this game. Thank you. Can I buy the side cube? No, I still can't buy the side cube. This comes out in 19 hours. So I think I'll save this for the next stream. Do I consider myself in reverse late game? I'm gonna say yes. You know why?
There's still a vacancy behind me.
I haven't done Limbo EX, the last stage yet, but I can finish the last stage of Limbo every time it comes out. I can finish the last stage of Utu every time it comes out. And I can finish Means Bulletin with SSS. So I think that's late game. Because I clear pretty much every content in the game. The previous event, which was the Rayashiki event, right? When I finished Means Bulletin and I SSS'd everything and I logged in one day, I was just like, damn, I kind of want to mess around with the units I have and figure out what I can do with them. And then I just sat there and I'm like, but I cleared the last stage of Limbo. Now what? And then I just to log off the game because there was nothing to do. I was just suddenly interested to like test the units a bit more, but there was no place to test the units because everything was cleared. Gacha game, late game do be like that. Literally pre-IS2 Arknights. Yeah. Like, there isn't so much of an ability
Oh.
to
Ho.
do
Hey.
more within the game,
Fast
I
boy.
think. So that's why I'm glad that
Anyone
the
hear my
roguelike thing
voice?
is coming in.
Any man alive?
The roguelike in reverse I think is not bad. But I hope that they do a little bit more. Literally Genshin in Forever. Pretty much. Yeah, many gacha games I think suffer that. And here's the thing though. Having replayability in a gacha game I think is pretty important. But I do hope that, because at some point when you like a game enough, you suddenly want it to become replayable, right? Even so, I hope that games today can shorten the time that it takes for you to reach that feeling. Because I don't think I would get that feeling even if I were to play Genshin, for instance. Cause I think the point from the beginning to like, oh damn, I've got plenty of units. I want to like feel where they are. I think at that very point, it's a very big time window to reach there. And some people will just say, well, Cookie, there is ways to test your units, right? Spiral Abyss exists, that kind of thing. But no, I always feel like Spiral Abyss doesn't feel like a fun way to test your units. It almost feels like it mocks you if you can't clear it. It's just, hey, your account's not good enough. Go on, build your account. You know, so yeah. But I'm just glad that I feel that way about Reverse 1 year in. One of you asked Lucy Potential or Lucy Portrait.
You're
Does it
finally
matter
here.
in this
I
game?
could use a sponsor.
Um,
Your visits
I mean, I don't
always
chase
unexpected.
portraits in this game at all. But portraits in this game are a lot more significant than, say, Potential in Arknights. I think Portrait 2 is pretty big. Anything that increases the duration of the round by 1 is big. The stacks of data iteration gain is increased to 2. So that means what? It was 1 at first and then increased to 2. And then now you increase the damage, so the total damage bonus is what? 12%? Yeah, 3 is pretty important if you want it. Maximum number times can trigger when the enemies die is increased to 4 times per round. So this is 1 extra damage bonus. Can be big. I think these two are huge though, compared to the rest. Yeah. I don't want to chase for dupes in this game. I think dupes in this game can just come as it happens. But that's also the thing. Oh yeah, maybe the last thing for me to say, and then let's start reading the story. I don't have duplicates on any of my 6 stars. But I can clear all the content in the game. Which is like... I mean, that's a way to tell you that the game is
Your visits
pretty
are
okay
always
for you to play.
unexpected.
Where's Lucy's face? Here you go. I set it to this because I don't want... I'm not a... I prefer this. You can put the face on when you set her as assistant. Can you click
Your
on her now?
visits are always
No, okay,
unexpected.
cannot.
I appreciate.
Oh yeah, and yeah.
Your
I set her
visits are
to
always
this because
unexpected.
I just keep her L2D there. No. Your L2D still has a face.
Your visits are
As an
always
assistant?
unexpected.
As an assistant, I guess she'll have a face. But I don't know, she's already I3. I don't know if she has a face when she's here. Okay, anyways. Your problem with MOC and other similar mode from Hoyoverse is that they're all time-based. They're not just difficult to clear, but you can take as long as you like in CC or for AK. Yeah, I can agree with that. No time restrictions can make the challenge feel a lot sweeter to try it. You like the Ghost in the Shell vibes in the L2D. I don't play Ghost in the Shell, so I wouldn't know. But I heard a few of you mention that yesterday. Okay, anyways, so let me give you all a story recap. Wow, I like how my 45 minutes of banter was for reverse today. The disputed node in ZZ received a godly update. What, the TV mode? So, recap. We've gone through the whole island arc where basically the storm has arrived on the island and people are seemingly not immune to it on the island, but we learned that 6 can maybe cure people. So what is he exactly? And Arcana and Vertin plus gang is struggling to get out of the island. So we shall see how this plays out. The island story is going to come to an end pretty soon. Because literally after this part, we're going back to Laplace. So let's go. Stage 4.
The headquarters has issued a notice. The critical point of the storm is in Vienna.
The chief assistant puts down Miss Radio and turns around with a somber expression.
This type of storm syndrome involves a bodily transformation into oil paintings, primarily affecting the face, but sometimes spreading to the torso. It is often accompanied by delirium and an intense obsession with war. Like the storm of 1929, it was accelerated by social upheavals resulting from the constant tensions Manus Vindictae created between nations.
All these characters named after meth. Where's my boy
This
X? Is that why we're
era.
always solving for X? Yes. The color of the sky has changed. The storm syndrome has finally reached this island. No one on the team caught it yet, but that could soon change.
This is absurd.
With a bag filled with alchemy materials over her shoulders, the young pirate remains spirited despite a week in underground captivity.
We went through all that trouble, sweated our guts out, and finally got to a place where the storm can be kept out. But now you're telling me that immunity is going to disappear like a fart in the wind.
She farts in the
I was
wind.
planning to stay here for a while. There might be alchemic materials and pieces of books the Abraxas has left behind from their mills. Oh, now that is frustrating, mate.
Such is the nature of Arcanum.
The immunity hasn't disappeared. It's just waning. For now, only the beach has lost the effect. We're still safe around the Hall of Apeiron.
But there's no guarantee that we'll be safe here forever, right? Reminds me of Xeno's survival test.
Sinetta and I talked about this. We think the island is protected by a large-scale arcane ritual. The sudden decay of the island's storm immunity might be the result of its changes, though I'm unsure of the specifics.
Those people are doing something about it, right? That leader with the rockstar hair, shouldn't he be taking action by now?
Who has a rockstar hair?
Six has gathered all integers after the assembly. They're going to perform a mass cleansing ceremony.
It's like calling.
37 also
It's like
mentioned
calling
a test.
Jesus
They
a
have
rockstar.
more than one way to deal with the changes.
To the best of this apple's knowledge, secluded pure-blood arcanist groups often have rituals that they keep to themselves. These islanders impart truths based on intellect and rationality, yet their doctrines are highly religious. Perhaps their arcane skills are passed down in a religious manner.
You wonder if everyone on the island can fit
Oh,
13
very
suitcase? Oh, it's gonna
mysterious,
explode, bro.
very arcane.
When everyone fits in that little
I hope
room.
they're not all huddled together doing a math at a time like this. And I'm more
Very
worried
mysterious and
about
very
us
arcane sounds like
at
the
the
very
time.
demure shit that everyone's been saying nowadays. Lilia changes her tone, unusually serious.
Arcana asked for more time for both sides to withdraw, didn't she?
Yes. Six gave us 2 hours to leave. That is to say...
You have 1 hour left.
we must set out when the storm countdown reaches 2000.
Oh, you have 2 hours left. Damn, how
And
generous.
before that, the stone bangle on your wrist still works, right?
Yes. I can feel it.
I forgot what does that do. Why did they give that to her?
It would scold me whenever I thought about going to war with them.
Does them refer to
I see.
Manus?
So we only have 2 hours for the plan.
I forgot.
Plan?
It's Manus, right? Because they fed the bangle to
Aren't we sneaking
Arcana
away
as well,
from all
right?
this?
Sorry, Regulus. Your accommodation was a long way from ours, so we haven't given you the latest updates. To put it simply,
Where are you going?
The sudden appearance of the girls startles the crowd. 37 stands there with a curious look on her face.
37,
We're discussing how to leave this place, 37.
Precisely. I was just about to say, your chief wants us gone in a jiffy, but we don't even have a piece of wood to sail with. Vertin is sizing us up to see if we can fit in her suitcase. She's going to swim across the Aegean Sea using her tiny arms. Right, Vertin?
This is the only game where this sentence makes sense. You put it in any other game and no one knows what the fuck you're talking about. Regulus squints and eagerly pokes her elbow in.
Right.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
So you're joining us?
Then you must leave from the north side of the beach. Jump off the cliff there and head south. The cliff is on the tangent line of the Hall of Apeiron, which is a good sign for your journey.
You're waterboarding us! She nods confidently, fully convinced of her own conclusion.
I will show you where to jump, but you'll have to wait till Vertin and I return.
Where are you going?
Me? Where are we going?
What kind of question is that? The only place worth going.
What kind of answer is that? She extends her hand with a light and happy tone.
You're the one and only Zero. We'll go see Apeiron together.
Okay.
Aren't you going to look for 37?
Who's this?
You took such good care of her while she was in a coma.
In the darkness, the figure trembles ever so slightly. She tries to steady herself.
I don't know. I don't know what I should do, Madam Mata. She's going back to the cave for the test, where I can't help her.
I like how looking is not an emote in my 7TV list yet. Remind me to do that.
All I can do is pray for her, for I have no adequate knowledge or power to assist her. As ever.
Perhaps you needn't worry so much.
Have you seen
37
somewhere
is the one
else? What?
favored by truth. She will be fine.
I know. It's just...
Sophia lets out a long, helpless sigh and buries her face deep in her palms.
She is also of mortal flesh. She could get hurt, bleed, or die.
She avoids looking at the beach, seeing it as a battlefield where she lacks the skills to engage.
You haven't been with us for long, Madam Marta. Apeiron and its test might be new to you. Here on this island, we spent years theorizing, proving, and constructing models based on our mortal comprehension, defining the boundaries of what man is capable of understanding. But
Cat,
when
I'm
it
about to
comes the
multitask.
essence and forms, we are unable to make any definitive statements. So we humbly approach the temple and inquire about the correctness of our beliefs.
Sorry, I haven't worked out today
And
yet.
our answer is delivered
Let me work out while I'm
as a
reading the
yes
story.
or no, reverberating in the form of echoes.
Is that the submission of proof Six mentioned before?
The character nods, knowing her friend has a natural talent for this.
Validating one's essence and soul with a number, and verifying the authenticity of one's claims are simple feats for us. But Apeiron's test is different. Those who succeed will obtain the transcendental truth. Those who fail will pay a terrible price. Everything
What's the price?
has its limits and boundaries. Those who overstep their bounds will only court their own misfortune. We must respect and be wary of our limits, so our souls will be adequate for our bodies, and all things be refrained from excess.
This sounds almost
The
religious
boundless,
or
limitless,
spiritual.
and infinity are not of our realm to tread. They belong only to ancient beings that we cannot utter. We can only stand in awe,
Does anyone work out this late at
offering our
night?
admiration, humility, and reverence. Now
I work out
37
late
is
at
going
night.
to knock on its door and ask to be indulged with the transcendental truth. But if she fails, if she can't bear the weight of the boundless infinity,
We can't go on.
I wish I knew a better way, or could even do it in her place. But only she can do it. It has to be her. 37.
There has to be... This has to be the chapter that explains the significance of their numbers.
I'm sure
Like,
this
they
is the
briefly
perfect
mentioned it
solution
before,
to
but
finally put an end to all our problems.
I think we'll get more details this chapter.
If I pass the test, Apeiron will grant me the answer to one question. It can be any
Whereas
question
69,
I don't have an answer
69 will
to,
be the ending of this chapter.
even
69 is
about
the evil one.
essence and everything. At least that's what Mama told me.
I work out at night, but I work out at home. 37 knots with confidence.
I just have to choose the right question to ask.
But for people who work out in the gym, the reason why they will do it is because there's no crowd, there's no one
of the phenomenal world,
to be stressed around with. You know, you're just on your own and you can feel comfy.
I have Six's blessing. He agrees with me. So, Vertin...
Not so fast. You can't just steal away our helmswoman like that. This thing, it's too good to be without any risks, don't you think? What if Vertin doesn't make it back, huh? Who's going to swim us across the sea then?
You mean Vertin swims you across the sea?
Could be risky, but not for Vertin, only for me. 0 multiplied by any number will still be 0. And we have validated that proof.
Any number divided by 0
that's
causes
not
the
good
world
enough for
to
this
explode.
pirate. Besides, Vertin
Have you
doesn't
tried that
seem
before?
like a 0 to me.
You can end the world now.
It's okay, Regulus.
Take any number you want, divide it by
I'll
0.
be safe there.
The stream will end.
But 37, isn't this a sacred test for your people? I've never taken the oath. I'm not one of you.
That does not matter, Vertin.
She gently shakes her head in determination.
But you must know that once we enter the temple, we cannot turn back. The path to the truth is a one-way road. Our last visit was interrupted, remember? You didn't get to ask your question, and I didn't get my answer. And now, I don't need to ask my question anymore.
She bites her lip, holding her own arms tight.
You and your friends were right, Vertin. The discord in the phenomenal world does have an effect on essence and forms. No one can argue against this when facing the emanation.
Arcana is a
I'd like to
69.
know, and
That's
I
a good
believe
theory.
you feel the same. I will tell Six that you're coming with me. I will tell everyone and persuade them, because this is the right thing to do.
Go, Timekeeper. While you're out, Lilia and I will ready us for evacuation.
We will liaise with the Foundation from here.
Thank you both.
Liaise? Is that how you
Before
read
we
it?
go,
Is that like a
37. I have a question.
American or British accent kind of thing?
Hmm?
As I pronounce it as liars. A golden opportunity has arisen. This could be a chance to level the playing field against Manus Vindictae.
You just said that Apeiron will grant an answer to whoever passes the test.
Yep.
Will it answer my question? If I
It's like a
asked for
genie.
a way to become immune to the storm?
What if you get hit with the answer of, there is no way? Okay. I think this was where... Oh wait, no, this isn't where a clue was given to me. A clue was given to me from this point of the stage. So we'll read this, and then afterwards, I'll read these 2 clues. It was when I saw this clue that I got hit with the why the fuck is Hoffman there, and why am I getting spoilers? So like, I got worried as to how much progress I was gonna make in the story. Can I just read the story? Where's the button for the story? Must I replay the stage? Isn't there usually a button for the story? No? Watch it in Atlas? You mean like here? No.
There's still a vacancy behind
Is
me on
Atlas
my
not here?
broomstick.
Okay, I guess I'll read it. These 2. Oh, main story must be watching Atlas. Oh, that's weird. Oh, I'm blocking a text by the way. It says storm arrives in 22 hours.
Freaks.
You are the crazy ones, and I will prove myself right.
Seriously, can someone please bring Matthew back to the rehab center? That mask has made him crazy.
Mask? The researcher's arms flail wildly as he stumbles across the shiny silver floor, adding more to the chaos. Amidst the mayhem, a bottle of alcohol on the ground bursts into a bright blue flame. And then, 2 metal feet stomp across the fire without hesitation.
Any progress?
Well, that has to be eliminated.
Not much. We've called all the experts here, but so far it's been a waste of time. Not even a bodily reaction when reciting the text. It doesn't belong to any known language, nor follow any linguistic rules. Many are starting to doubt the accuracy of the incantation. After all, it was copied down by a novice investigator with her arcane skill, not her supervisor.
The door is pushed open. The spacious room is now packed with people. They're all gathered around a radio on the table.
Miss Marcus, can you confirm that the incantation you dictated was correct? We also learned that you witnessed a visual recording of Arcana performing her arcane skill, depicted through images recreated by a pure-blooded arcanist. Is that right?
Yes, to be precise, I saw it in the memories of Isolde, a former member of Manus Vindictae, using Miss Cacanya's arcane mirror.
Can you attest to the accuracy of this memory?
I can't say.
Do you deem the reflection of Miss Cacanya's arcane mirror to be accurate, factual, and without misinterpretation?
I guess that explains why Cacanya's in the banner.
Not sure.
Can you confirm that your arcane skill, Read, was performed correctly and provided an unbiased,
hey, how dare you doubt?
And flawless interpretation?
How dare you doubt the best arcanist you have of Laplace?
I don't know about that either. But I saw it with my own eyes. I heard the chanting. I don't know what language that was, but that's how I heard it, and I've written it down phonetically.
That's nice of you.
Please calm down. We are only verifying the details. The Foundation has dispatched a special operations squad to you in Vienna. Please make sure the 2 other arcanists involved will return to the Foundation with you.
2 other arcanists.
Understood.
Isolde and Cacania? The call ends. The liaison removes the headset. The result is far from ideal. Her face is pale, as lifeless as her mechanical colleagues.
Is this it?
The sarcastic voice cuts through the air as a man pushes through the front.
An ancient miracle. A circle of salvation.
Oh! Chat.
Euna seco. Atuna psycho?
What language is that? Latin? Okay, wait. I happened to watch the trailer again prior to starting this stream. There was a scene where there were clothes falling to the ground. And I thought it was the staff. But I didn't read too much into detail of that scene. But the color scheme looks very similar to Enigma as well. I wonder if Enigma is gonna die. I hope not. But the color scheme just looks like Enigma from that scene.
An inexplicable incantation transcribed by an arcanist based on what she saw in the memory of another arcanist recreated by yet another arcanist. That's as convoluted as a dream within a dream within a dream. To think they wanted an objective restoration. I mean, if Gnosis is so reliable and can really cross-check not only once but 4 times, it should have long replaced science by now. With this level of uncertainty, we might have better luck asking typewriter monkeys to randomly give us the answer to the storm immunity.
I'm doing gym in front of Enigma. I'm just
Why
doing
are you here?
simple exercises.
He
does look like a
requested his
lemon.
participation on the cryptography team. He is a human, but he excels in the field of cryptography.
But
the man takes a grim step forward.
And why can't I be here? Is it because Greta Hoffman's my sister? And this? Is this what a respectable and honorable member of the
Now that's
Foundation
sad.
gave her life to retrieve? Is this the ritual she died for? Oh, right. It wasn't even her who retrieved the ritual. It was a student.
You are
Well,
not
we just got a
currently on
surprising
the
link.
official roster. You can leave
Enigma.
at any time.
Gretman?
Eve, why should
Was
I
that the surname?
Ich habe jedes Recht zu wissen, wofür meine Schwester gestorben ist. Nun gut, Leute, an die Arbeit. Lasst uns dieses große Rätsel entschlüsseln
Oh,
und
his real name
sehen,
is Adler.
was es uns bringen wird. Erlösung oder Zerstörung?
How are they supposed to understand you? Do they have inbuilt translators? He leaves sneering, waving the note with the phonetic spelling in his hand. The fast is finally over. The room is at peace again. The cryptography team turns to the robot, awaiting her instructions. Oh, it's German.
Return to your stations, please. Let us not dismiss its credibility until we have exhausted every possibility. Also,
She calmly turns her head.
add Adler Hoffman into the cryptography team roster.
The cryptography lead hesitates for a moment, surprised. Nevertheless, he nods and quickly leaves the room. The phone on the wall used for internal communications begins to ring.
Storm Observation and Research Center. Noted. I will make sure Miss Lucy is aware of that.
Fuck me, my hand hurts. The liaison puts down the phone and turns to the robot, a flicker of panic on her face.
What is the matter?
It's a call from the rehab center about the previous study on the Manus mask. Ma'am, I think you should go see this in person.
Very good, Matthew. Now tell us, what did you hear?
Who is this person? The already narrow corridor is now filled with security guards. The room the guarding is heavily secured, isolated behind 3 layers of tempered glass. A patient sits in the room with a mask on his face.
Voices! Those voices! The inaudible murmurs, the frightening whispers, they worm into my ears. I told you before, I wrote about this before, but you just missed the mesmeric episodes.
Someone help him.
Did you put on the mask?
Yes. How else would I know that I was right? And now I know. And never ever heard them so clearly. They are screaming inside my head. Their temptations, their promises. I just have to let go of my brain. Can you hear it? The benevolent mother is speaking.
Mother? His nails dig deep into his palms, as if fighting an overwhelming impulse.
How? I can write the ultimate paper.
Who is this mother?
Yeah, who is this mother? Damn, this game has been surrounded by mother this whole time. She's answered by a loud crash. The researcher throws himself against the glass, gasping in horror and scratching helplessly at the surface.
They see me. They've come for me. Kill me. Kill me now.
It is too late to beg for mercy. His scream is abruptly silenced as his head explodes open behind the glass barrier. Damn! Amidst a splatter of blood and brain, a new being emerges from the remnants of his flesh. The alarm blares loudly. A Manus follower wriggles up from the bloody floor, holding a triangle in his hand. He lets out a loud cry reminiscent of a newborn's first wail. The liaison ends the call, cutting off the horrid sounds on the other end of the phone.
Suspend all research on the Manus mask at once. Its dangers far outweigh the potential benefits. Seal
Damn.
away all equipment.
I like how
and
she's
share
still
only a
rational in
controlled
this
account
moment.
of the incident with others. We cannot afford to have another researcher try on the mask again. Now, clean this up.
Yes, ma'am.
The airlock door hisses open. A squad of armed guards storm into the room under the cover of sleeping gas. On the other side of the glass, the robot turns away from the scene, categorizing yet another set of Storm research data as irrelevant and filing it away as waste in her memory.
Another dead end.
They've been using researchers as a way to put on the mask. Why? Man. Guinea pigs. Pride and Prejudice. An unknown incantation. Oh, oops, I forgot to auto. A mask that has proven to be extremely dangerous. These are the only leads they currently have on the storm. Her metallic fingers pick up another stack of files. These are the test results of the Manus mask, confirming the presence of asymmetrical nucleid R. The robot studies them carefully. The slit on her face pulses in contemplation.
What is the status of the sampling, Simone? Any updates from the timekeeper?
For the moment, no. The people on the island are still suspicious of the Foundation's
She looks
motives,
like
so she hasn't had a second
someone
chance to
from an
collect
old
any
children's show
samples.
that I used to watch.
But she has called in an hour ago. We were informed that she will return to the cave shortly. She also warned us that the immunity zone on the island appears to be shrinking. The safe zone is not stable.
DBZ? What is DBZ? What does that stand for? Dragon Ball Z? Oh yeah, she does! The robot did not put on her face today. Simone can only read her mood
Mom, have you noticed something?
from the narrow slit.
They are unrelated, Simone. The mask and the incantation are indeed related to Manus Vindictae, but they are unrelated to each other.
She moves the sealed Manus mask aside.
If the account of the Vienna investigator is correct, one cannot help but question. Why would Arcana not simply give the masks to Isolde and her brother?
Investigator Marx's report was highly lacking, making it challenging for us to
The
infer
VA
what
for this
truly
sounds
happened.
the same as Z.
I suppose
do
we
you think
can
it's
be
the same?
skeptical that the report is incomplete, but it is all we have for now.
Madam Z, that is.
She did a
We
good
haven't
job.
seen her this chapter.
I could not have asked for more. We all heard it. An ancient miracle. A circle of salvation.
The robot extends her hand, drawing an imaginary circle in the air.
The leader of Manus Vindictae promised a miracle, but the mask is far from it.
Z is more
The mask
accepted.
is a tool of control, designed to identify
True, I
and
guess.
enslave the believers. Matthew
Z
has
is excellent.
demonstrated
A
its
bit.
effects for us. But this ritual is different.
Do you mean the ritual is more sophisticated than the mask?
But it could be the same VA nonetheless. The robot nods approvingly.
Perhaps.
Just a
But it is
change
not
in terms of
entirely
like adding
definitive.
a bit more accent to the
The
Z
investigators in Vienna completed their mission spectacularly, and now Matthew has proven that the mask is useless for our purposes. Its immunity was only a cover
voice. What
for
is
its
Z
other
accent supposed to be?
functions.
Chinese, right?
And the mask has powerful and irreversible
She doesn't
side
exactly have like a
effects.
stereotypical Chinese
Even
accent.
if we
but
find
it's
out
just
how
more like
it protects the wearer from the storm, we cannot use it on
there
our
is a
colleagues.
slight difference in the way she says certain English words. She picks up the script.
If this incantation is verified to be true, it will be our Promethean fire.
That's a very hard word. What is a Promethean fire? Is that like trump card?
This ritual is useless to us. Save yourself this harbor. We're not getting anywhere with this.
What?
Oh my god. The lemon has the ability to change expressions with the ink. The floor is littered with scrap paper. The researchers haven't lifted their heads or taken a break for quite some time. The cryptography lead stares at Enigma, a fresh cup of coffee in his hand. His patience is wearing thin, as the metaphorical string, labeled tolerance in his mind, is finally about to snap.
Explain yourself, Adler. What do you mean the ritual is useless? You barely sat down. My coffee's still hot.
The cryptographer solemnly hands the lead a stack of papers from his desk.
I don't need to waste any more time. It's simple logic. The current information is insufficient for cryptographic decryption. We're attempting an exhaustive brute force, comparing every ancient text and record to find the language or corresponding text. It's like looking for a needle in a colossal haystack. Even if we stumble onto a match, none of us can validate such a thing. A breakthrough in this regard is simply not possible.
You can't be serious.
Across the room, a man stands up abruptly from his chair, clenching a pen in his
And what
hand.
is the basis of your reasoning? Have you figured out the mechanics behind the ritual?
I didn't need to understand the intricacies of Arcanum to deduce this. It was simple logic.
So you never even tried to understand it. With your supposedly superior human reasoning, you dismissed all of our dedication and hard work just like that.
There are unfortunately a lot of us. I wouldn't say a lot, but like a good number of us in this world where our response to people is just, it's simple logic. You know, it's so easy. Why does someone else not understand what I understand? Quite a pity. Not sure how. Have I met someone like that in a while now? Not really. Sometimes in AK, especially in my earlier years of streaming, I'll get people who will watch me and be like, "It's so simple. Why are you struggling?" You know, but it's kind of like, if there's any affirmation that such people who behave like this should get, they should just understand that, well, you're just better. You know, if it's simple to you, you're just better than most people. But just don't go rubbing it on people that you're better.
Who the f do you think you are?
Before anyone can react, the researcher lunges at Enigma and punches him right in the face.
What?
Is it in the face? Yeah. Enigma brings a hand up to his cheek, looking more confused than angry.
Matthew was right. You arrogant fools, clueless morons! Get out of my face, you humanocentric narcissist! Go to hell!
Them fighting over science class. The researcher snarls, brandishing his pen like a soldier brandishing a dagger. Much to his frustration, his swing loses power mid-air, another casualty to the neck and shoulder pain that plagues the office. Enigma narrowly avoids the attack, bewildered by the turn of events.
Was this really necessary? I was just sharing my conclusion.
Oh, it was the mask. I should have thought of that. He worked in the same lab as Matthew, and he must have been exposed to the mask.
Who?
But his physical exam seemed fine. Is there an incubation period?
Does he seem fine to you now? Huh? No! Williams! Put that down! That's the only Conway Automaton 5 left after the storm.
He is met with a guttural growl, followed by a deafening crash of metal against the wall. The machine whizzes past his head and shatters into pieces on impact. The cryptography lead can feel his sanity teetering on the brink. He staggers towards the door, frantically smacking the big red button on the wall.
Security! Security! We've got a code red!
This is the NASA that we don't see today.
So, what are the implications for the decryption?
There were no unintended consequences. We were able to control Williams in time, and the Conway Automaton 5 he destroyed wasn't useful to our work anyway.
Oh.
I am glad you kept the damages to a minimum.
Lucy turns off the screen in front of her and turns around.
Since you are still here, Mr. Ulrich, I take it as a sign that you have more to report?
In a secluded area of the hallway, an emotionally charged complaint is about to take place. The cryptography lead tries to keep his voice low, looking completely disheveled from the turmoil he has just endured.
Williams was merely an accident, ma'am, but Adler is a loose cannon on the team. We need to talk about this. With all due respect, I still don't understand why you put him on the team. He may have made his contributions to Laplace, but that was 8 years ago. Now he's just an irritating defeatist and a staunch supporter of humanocentrism.
Damn, he's hated. Every particular particle of ferrofluid in his helmet is vibrating with rage, his voice rising
He never
involuntarily.
understood the Arcanum, or tried. He's still stuck in the time before the first storm and refuses to acknowledge that his small, beautiful world is gone. How can someone like that help us?
The robot senses his doubt and frustration. There may be more sentiments and underlying issues in play. She pauses for a moment before answering, as if deep in thought.
I understand your concern, but I have not heard anything about the incapacitation of Adler Hoffman.
What? He got a few scratches at most. The guy barely touched him.
So he is fine. I am glad we agree. Is there anything else you would like to report?
That's a confusing conversation. The robot waits 5 seconds for an answer, but there isn't one. This must be the social cue that it is her turn to speak.
His lack of knowledge on Arcanum is exactly why we need him. His human perspective will offer valuable insights on arcane rituals. The results of this study will not only be used to save Arcanists, but also humans who share the same world with us.
Damn! Lucy is the mother. The cryptography lead tries to argue further, but Lucy is certain the issue has been sufficiently addressed.
We are racing against the clock, mister. And your report on personal disputes and racial conflicts has wasted 2 minutes and 37 seconds of our time.
Damn, you
If
calculated.
he refuses to cooperate, you have every right to remove him from the team. That is your responsibility. Oh.
From the other end of the corridor, the subject of their argument approaches, looking deeply upset and clutching a stack of papers. Clearly, he has heard every word they just said.
I am relieved that you survived your altercation. What would you like to report?
Speak. Speak. What is wrong with you two? Their eyes meet, making both of them squirm uncomfortably. This is undoubtedly one of the most awkward moments in both their careers. After a prolonged silence, Ulrich steps back and walks away. Without even looking back at him, Enigma begins his report in a low voice.
I'm fed up with wasting time, ma'am. The setback with the mask has already driven too many people insane. That's why you should take a look at this.
He hands the stack of files to Lucy.
I can logically deduce that our current direction is another dead end. The incantation isn't long enough for cryptographic decryption. We will have to turn to ancient records. Perhaps we'll find something in age-old manuscripts, in tablet inscriptions, or in the memories of powerful arcanists. But even if we find it, we can't validate it because none of us can cast the skill.
The robot remains silent during his pessimistic remarks, flipping through each page of the file.
Low-ranking arcanists can't cast high-ranking skills, even if they know the exact pronunciation and meaning of the incantation. Gnosis is beyond reason like that and cannot be debated. It stems from raw intuition rather than logic and intellect, is shaped by personal experience and natural abilities, and cannot be intentionally replicated. And the most determining factor, it relies on the arcanist's purity of blood. The miracle ritual you hold such hopes for belongs to the leader of Manus Vindictae, a pure-blooded arcanist whose power is beyond our imagination.
Is no arcanist pure-blooded from what he's saying? Everyone has a tinge of human in them.
It's like asking a toddler to solve Goldbach's conjecture. It's completely beyond the boundaries of our limits.
They are pure bloods.
But you are not an arcanist. Why should you play by their rules?
The man is taken aback by a question. It's something he's never considered before. Isn't
You are
Apeiron
right.
Island pure
Arcanists
bloods?
differ due to
Are
the
they?
purity of blood.
All?
Researcher Medicine Pocket has already reported the linear correlation between the bloodline of an arcanist and their abilities, and has drawn a conclusion 10 times more extreme.
Then you should listen. That's their area of expertise.
Her neck moves subtly, almost like shaking her head.
We know that our cryptographers do not have the power to validate the ritual. And we do not expect you to do that. All I ask of you is to come up with a feasible plan and to do it as a team.
Enigma turns away, repulsed at the mention of team. Lucy finishes reading the report and hands it back to him.
Your deduction is logical, but not practical or actionable. So I should return this to you.
What?
The glow in her eyes slit is strangely reassuring, almost like a smile. She looks out of the window.
Your logic is impressive, Adler, but do not let it limit your thinking. You spoke of the boundaries of arcane power, but logic has its limits too, no? Knowledge can be obtained through various means, such as intuition, logical reasoning, empirical observations, and teachings from others. Your team is not the only one cracking the ritual through their own means. If you fail, we will turn to the others, and if that approach is wrong, we will try another. If no solution is found before the storm, we will simply wait for the next one. What matters is we keep moving forward, no matter the cost. We must keep to the path, or we will be swept away like dust in the rain.
Is this how... For once, the researcher does not argue. He whispers, as if talking to himself. Is this how scientists of today...
If one team fails, you can still turn to the others.
Scientists of today behave when they think about the preservation of our humanity?
What?
Forget it. Just a bitter, irrational thought.
Oh, he's bitter about losing his sister.
This marks the end of my efforts. Hopefully, the others will bring you the needed breakthroughs.
I hope they play back Hoffman and Adler together. But only after a few steps, a question comes to mind.
You've been waiting here for a while. Are you expecting someone? You aren't the type to waste time listening to us whine, so there must be something here worthy of your attention. Is someone close to a breakthrough?
Nothing of the sort. I am recharging. We have a public power outlet here.
She moves her joints as if standing for so long has stiffened her body.
But I am indeed waiting. The doves of the Whitestone House are here.
The sound of flapping wings fill the air. The researcher is astonished as the creature with a texture similar to plaster perches on her metal finger.
Good. Someone closer to the limit has given us aid.
Why does she not have a power outlet in her own office? It looks like as if she's standing out in the middle of nowhere to find a random power socket and charge herself. She probably does, but chose the most publicly present place. She needs tea. Okay. Okay, back here. Let's see all the little things. A hastily made report about the first great war painting of the century. The symptoms of the current storm syndrome can be roughly summarized as oil painting transformation and heightened delirium. Depending on the region, the severity of the storm syndrome also varies. Vienna, expressionistic oil painting transformation pervades the body uncontrollably. At the same time, emotional stability is severely impaired. Irritability and abnormal behavior occur, including but not limited to using deadly force to correct pronunciation. Imagine. What if we live in a world where we all fight over a war just because we think one English is wrong? Declaring oneself as an independent nation and founding another country by family unit. Huh? Identifying parties by the color of their oil paintings and persecuting people of different colors. Damn. Athens. Oil painting transformation symptoms only appear on the face, with a few cases of recovery reported. Specific reasons are known. Aggressiveness increases, especially a strong destructive impulse towards olive trees. Why? Sorry, I know nothing about the Athens. What do you have against olive trees? Democratic votes on whether to go to war have occurred several times in different squares, often splitting into two factions and starting a war during the vote. Cairo. Oil painting transformation symptoms are limited to parts of the facial organs, with minor actual effects on the body, which can be largely ignored. The main mental effect is reflected in an increase in swearing. The local military, severely affected, has begun attempting to convert the pyramids into war fortifications. Is this trying to say that people of Cairo is Egypt, right, are generally nice? And this is the best that the storm could do? And for whatever reason, because of the fear of war, they used their pyramids. Okay. Based on the feedback from investigators from around the world, it has been tentatively concluded that the epicenter of the storm is Vienna. The closer the physical okay. Makes sense. And the closer the physical distance to the epicenter, the more severe the symptoms of the storm syndrome. Example, German speakers with non-Austrian accents have been attacked by Austrians. To be more precise, this is an act of rebellion against peace. Yeah, hey, Southeast Asians, we safe. We ain't got no storm. Puzzles and solvers. Now, they're all here. Urich approved. Reasons for selection. The most skilled cryptologist in Laplace, also the most brilliant expert in arcane cryptography. In addition, his energy consumption ratio is excellent, capable of high quality work for 72 hours with only 2 supplies needed. Recommendation for selection as the leader of the decryption team. Team leader's comments. This assessment of mine is incorrect. The record has since been updated to 360 hours. Nevertheless, I agreed. Dawkins, approved. Reason for selection. Dawkins is an expert in linguistics. We need more such people when the origin of incantations is unknown. Team leader's comments. Dawkins is talented but lacks a sense of seriousness, as evidenced by his inappropriate jokes. Don't let him work alone. Assign a serious staff member to supervise him, and also use a cold humor punishment device, setting the penalty at £3 a joke. Richard, approved. Reasons for selection. Richard is an excellent theoretical mathematician and is able to provide us with advice from a mathematical perspective. Team leader's comments. Richard is only cautious when solving math problems, but averages 3 collisions with table corners per day. I don't want someone to record how many times I hit a table. He also needs a supervisor to prevent such accidents during experiments. Matthew, approved. Reasons for selection. Matthew has excellent decision-making skills. His fighting spirit will surely bring about important breakthroughs in our decryption work. Team leader's comments. He's just too impulsive. I do not recommend letting him make any decisions. Otherwise, an explosion in the lab will be the least of our worries. But he's approved though. Williams, approved. Reasons for selection. Williams has a meticulous thought process. He excels at finding loopholes that others cannot. Perhaps he can assist Matthew and prevent him from making any egregious mistake. Team leader's comments. Williams is what we call an introvert. Imagine being hired at a workplace and then your interviewer's comments is, I call this applicant an introvert. His penchant for discovery doesn't mean he'll be good at communicating his findings. He should be left alone to deal with verification. Victor, approved. Reasons for selection. Victor has a leapfrogging thinking pattern and can keep research from getting stuck. Team leaders comments. Victor is good, sure. It's just that his ideas are sometimes incomprehensible. Do not let him team up with Dawkins. He'll definitely end up paying £3 for Dawkins to tell a joke. I can assure you, putting a weirdo and a dark humor fanatic together will cause us problems. Adler, pending. Reasons for selection. Adler's recommendation is not only because he is an excellent cryptologist, but also need this description. Decryption is not just a task for arcanists. We need opinions from humans as well. Team leaders comments. I have my reservations. It's not that the team doesn't need humans, but it shouldn't be a silent enigma who hasn't been seen in public for 8 years. Okay. Let's read the clues also. Emergency notice to halt research on Manus Vindictae mask. To all members involved with the Storm research, Manus Vindictae masks are now considered extremely dangerous and of no research value. All related research and experimentation must cease immediately. In addition, if any members become irrationally agitated, display an abnormal hatred towards humanity, and believe they hear a soft, seductive female voice that is not there, nearby personnel should immediately evacuate the area and contact the nearest security officer. Dangerous, whereas Manus disciples, inner workings unclear. Matthew, transform. Williams, secured. Vienna Investigation Operations Report for public record. News from the front lines. The esteemed Miss Greta Hoffman, a valiant fighter for human advancement, has tragically lost her life during a Storm investigative mission. Investigator Marcus has successfully relayed vital information and is waiting for support on site. A special operations team has been dispatched post-haste. Please resume work status after reading this report and observing a 3-second moment of silence. What do you mean 3 seconds? Who does that? That's the time I take to breathe. Not even 10 minutes. Hoffman, deceased. Marcus, waiting for support. Storm immunity decryption progress. Investigator Marcus, originally from Romania and conversant in several languages including German and English, has determined that the pronunciation of the spell does not belong to any language she knows and has therefore provided the spell as a phonetic transcription. It is not the following languages. Suggestion from Adler, a tuner cycle. I'll smack him later. All incorrect, missing critical information. Rare language, dead language. There's 2 things to click on. What's the second thing to click on? I guess it's after this.
Be ever so careful, dear. The fiery thirst for knowledge is blazing bright within you. Be careful not to put it out. Once, many fires
Wasn't Matthew the one who put on the mask? Was it not?
Coffee, as they tried to decipher the best angle to hold up their reeds, to jam the burning wheel of Helios and steal his flame. The gods are selfish. They're stingy with their might.
Shouldn't gods be more generous?
That's easy to say when the power's not yours to give. Knowing how to share is a rare virtue. Knowing how to share knowledge is a rarer virtue still. How can we transfer our wisdom into mortal minds? The gods pondered. Can inspiration be duplicated from one brain to another? It comes and goes like a gust of wind. So, what can be done?
Sounds like a twist to the story is coming.
Not yet, darling. We've only finished the prologue. However, there is a but waiting down the road. A sudden rain dampened people's enthusiasm for the future. The floppy disks and many clever minds perished in it. Some of the fire thieves grieved the loss. They screamed and swore to retrieve what was lost. What about the rest of them? They returned to primitive chaos. like coelacanths crawling back into the ocean after thousands of years of evolution. Once again, they became the protégés of Arcanum. Perhaps they made the right choice by leaving that useless science behind. Who knows? The story of the Fire Thieves has only gone this far, darling. At this point, no one knows what will happen to Prometheus or what's inside Pandora's box.
Who's who? Is Helios Manus Vindictae? Is Fire Thieves Laplace? Sounds like it. I guess it is. And who's Pandora in this case? Or is Pandora's box just a figure of speech? I say I know what Pandora's box is, but it's like as if Pandora is also a character in the story. Okay. There's something else for me to click on. A nifty little fellow, the crystallization of tangible wisdom. Conway Automatons 5, also known as Life Game 5. It is the most popular mind expansion tool in Laplace, capable of simulating cell life and death calculations within a maximum of 2 to the power of 16 pixels, with predefined rules, and supporting modular assembly and custom interference, among other features. It has been proven to maintain the mental agility of researchers and can simulate most current popular games. Almost all Conway automatons were lost in the storm, or scrapped to make room for important instruments. This is the last one remaining in the Scientific Computing Center. Although the Conway Automaton 5 cannot play a practical role in password decryption, to ensure the enthusiasm of the decryption team's work, an urgent repair request is hereby made. If the repairs cannot be completed in a short period of time, it is hoped that a substitute can be allowed during the repair period, such as the latest handheld console, the Game Dude Color. What game is this meant to reference? Game of Life? I thought it's GTA. I think it's referencing GTA. It's not exactly GTA, because by the descriptions of it, it's not. But I think it's just like... they're trying to say that Conway Automaton is not anything to contribute to the storm. It's just a game they found. And they've been playing the game for their sanity. Game Dude Color, so this should be Game Boy. Oh, in that case, is this like an old console? Life Game 5. I don't know what Game of Life is. What's Game of Life? Is Game of Life not the board game? But it doesn't have a 5 in it. Google what is Game of Life. What is Game of Life? What? What's the goal? What's the goal? For a space that is populated, each cell with one or no neighbor dies, as if by solitude. Each cell with 4 or more neighbors dies, as if by overpopulation. Each cell with 2 or 3 neighbors survives. What does this mean? So do I press reset? Stop? Start? Stop? 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 What? Why are they creating figures out of this? I didn't do this in You do this in programming? What class do you have to do this in programming? This is the first time I heard of this. What the hell is this? Like intro to coding? Mate, my intro to coding was just a big on Python class. Wait, so do I just click on one and then it will move? Each cell with one neighbor or no neighbor dies, as if by solitude. Each cell with 4 or more neighbor dies, as if by overpopulation. Each cell with 2 or 3 neighbors survive. For a space that is empty or unpopulated, when there's 3 neighbors, it becomes populated. So is this like... So if I do this, the middle one gets populated, right? And then the saying, one or no neighbor dies. So in the next stage, the middle one gets populated, but everything around it dies. And then it dies. So if I put 4, the middle one will get populated, and the 4 will stay. Oh. Oh no. Wait, why? Oh, it must be 3 neighbors to get populated. So it never moves. So everyone will stay as well. Yeah, this is stable. Nothing happens to this. Now if I do this, there will be 2 created on the side because there's 3. Then 1 will get created. But then they say something about if there's 4, it would die, right? So the middle one will die, and then the one on top will get created. But then now it's 3, 3, 3, 3. Like everyone has 3 neighbors or 2 neighbors. So nothing, so it becomes absolutely stable. It just stays. So this is what the game of life is. Who made this? Who is John Conway and why is he relevant? A simple Gosper's glider gun, creating gliders. This is quite cool. Okay, this is genuinely quite cool. Wow. It's a cellular automaton devised by British mathematician John Horton Conway in 1970. It's a 0-player game, meaning that its evolution is determined by its initial state, requiring no further input. Wow, that's a new word I've never heard of. A 0-player game. An example of a 0-player game is a cookie clicker. It requires players to click cookies manually. Wait. What? I've never... Wait, my mind is bombed. Idle games are called 0-player games. The games... So idle games are games that require some player intervention at the beginning, but may become 0-player at higher levels. Are gacha games 0-player games? AI versus AI games. AK is not a 0-player game. Needs player input. No, but the idea of you send 4 people in and you auto farm, it's technically 0-player if you have no action in it. am shocked that this is a term. It doesn't make sense when you think about it. Like, the word just does not make sense, because how is a game when there's no players? But if you just define it as you might do something at the start and you do nothing at the end, you essentially don't exist. All you're doing is watching it. All you're doing is watch the screen as it does things. That is wow. They studied the growth of crystals using a simple lattice network as its model.
Corporate boss gameplay.
Are all CEO playing a 0-player game? They earn money by existing. Damn, that hits hard. What about Accurate War Simulator? You see, wait, that suddenly just makes me think. There is an extent where Turbo Dismount is a 0-player game. What's another game that's like this? But I mean, there's only so much that it becomes 0-player, because all you're doing is you need an input and then you're testing every input and seeing the outcome of every input. No, that I don't think it's 0-player enough. But yeah, there's elements of you are no longer in control of the game. Wasn't there a bridge simulator? But you have a lot of inputs in the bridge simulator. I think that's so cool. Damn, seriously. Still life. So these are the kinds where nothing happens. Like, it stays still. This is a pulsar. That is very cool. This design is really, really cool. A pentadecathlon. A toad. What's it called, a toad? A beacon. Sure, I can see why that's a beacon. A glider. A lightweight spaceship. A middleweight spaceship. And a heavyweight spaceship. They create names for... What if we are a simulation of a 0-player game? Oh, let's not go there. Until 2010s, all known spaceships could only move orthogonally or diagonally, whereas the existence of moving patterns that move like knights have been predicted since 1982. But on May 18, he is the first to announce the first oblique spaceship dubbed the Gemini that creates a copy of itself while destroying the parent. Diagonal versions of the Gemini was built. Wait! This game was created in the 1970s. And today, the game still has discoveries. What? I think that's crazy that something this old is still in reference to today. On the November 23rd, Dave Green built the first replicator in the game of life that will create a complete copy of itself, including the instruction tape. And then in October 2018, Adam P. Golcher first finished his construction of the 0E0 meta cell, a meta cell capable of self-replication. I am stunned. what does this game do for us in today's world? Various musical composition techniques use the game of life, especially MIDI sequencing. What? A variety of programs exist for creating sound from patterns generated in the game of life. Is this the foundation of how people code? Why is this the foundation? And how do you all learn this as the first thing? And I didn't. I think it's a difference of teaching. It's just... How were you taught when you first hear this in your programming classes? That is so cool. Oh, I'm glad. I'm glad to have been exposed to this today. So this is really like a genius, nerdish game. That's so wow. All hail Reverse. Yeah, Reverse always introduces me to all these things that I never knew about. This is what people think nerds play. At this rate, you can tier list how nerd you are. You know, playing Sudoku, basic. Playing... What would you play? Playing escape room games, noob. Playing Game of Life, terrestrial level. Maze of the Minotaur. Have you found the thread? Well, this is back to the island. That's fast. What gachas am I playing now? Reverse and AK.
Any news from Zeno?
They are moving as planned. The deployment will be complete within 2 hours.
You can
what
evacuate.
About Arcana?
Are you gonna house her?
Same old. Standing still on the rock as if she's a part of it. Soaking up the salt in the wind, I guess.
So Neto fiddles with the communication device, making sure that Layla's voice is loud and clear. Now, regulars can hear the exchange with perfect clarity.
She's found herself a good spot, overlooking all of us from up there. The center of the island where the number people are heading. The entrance to the cave where Vertin and 37 are going. And the beaches in the storm. Nothing escapes her sight.
Impressive! Maybe she's planning her escape.
Maybe she's just planning to
Is she
kill
also
everyone.
going to swim? It seems like we're in for a swimming competition.
Now that's a cute line.
Speaking of which, it would be nice if those tortoise slowpokes could swim a little faster.
How do you pronounce tortoise as tortoise? That's the first time I heard someone say that. She hangs up and resumes surveillance of his target. The next 2 hours are critical. The islanders are busy with the cleansing ceremony, while the outsiders are preparing for their departure.
Look, Sonetto, I understand your plan now. But I still can't shake off a bad feeling about all this.
Don't worry, Regulus. We have gone over this many times. The margin of error should be below 0.00025%. I'm confident that it will work.
What will work? That you all escape?
I know. Spare me with the numbers. I know I can rely on you.
Cute. She waves her hand quickly, as if swatting away the numbers like flies.
I'm still worried about Vertin. Will she make it back in 2 hours? If she doesn't come back in time, who's going to take charge and guide us? We'll have to steer our own course, won't we?
Hey, I thought you're the leader pirate here.
Yes.
Why do you need a leader so badly? You can lead everyone. Sonetto nods.
Laplace is gathering every piece of information they can find on the storm. The discovery of the asymmetrical nucleid R was already a remarkable breakthrough. It would help the immunity research a lot if the timekeeper could find something useful in that cave.
The pirate is not satisfied with the answer. Evidently, she has a strong opinion on the matter.
I don't think she's going to have a lovely time there, judging by what happened to me last time.
Flashbacks. Having spent the longest time there, she is undoubtedly the most qualified to comment on the subject.
Is it just me, or do you also find this a bit fishy? The dangers aside, using an answer as a reward? What? Is this deity some sort of answering machine?
Aren't all deities some sort of answering machine?
In fact, Apeiron is a philosophical concept introduced by the ancient Greek philosopher Anaximander, which means the origin of everything. It is the physical manifestation of the boundless, the indeterminate, and the infinite. Everything arises from it and returns to it. But it appears to serve a more practical purpose for the believers on this island.
Miss Marta told me about this. There are limits to the knowledge one can acquire, even when using numbers, which are considered closest to the essence. But Apeiron is a boundless, limitless existence. If we wish to seek knowledge beyond our own limitations, we must turn to it for help.
She faithfully recites what she learned from the teachings of Apeiron. Apple adjusts his bow tie, grateful for her contribution.
To the best of this apple's recollection, the more ancient, abstract, and intangible an entity is, the more likely it possesses arcane powers beyond our fathom. By communing with the supreme existences through sympathetic magic, worshippers could gain the guidance of their transcendental gnosis. They would, of course, exact a price from the worshippers as well.
Price?
Just hearing the word makes her heart sing.
Could you be more specific on that, Mr. Apple? What's the price? Lives or something else?
What's worse than lives? The lives of others?
Vertin, jump over here.
$399. Oh my god, why are the 1,000 numbers?
Very good. Now you are on number 1.
What the hell? She's actually taking a math exam.
Jump to 7. This is a 4x4 magic square. You just need to make sure every 4 steps you take adds up to 34.
A magic square is a square where if it's 4x4, you have numbers 1 to 16, right? So they're saying every row, column, and diagonal adds up to 34. It's high future icon. Howling wind fills the air. The unstable footing is the only solid thing they can rely on. The path into the cave is completely different than before. It's an honor and privilege to meet me. You mean on stream? Or something more than a stream? The transparent stairs are gone, as are the swirling golden lines in the air. Now only cold rock walls surround them, and numbered bricks lie beneath their feet. It's a game of hopscotch unlike any
I
other.
don't understand, 37. This place was different the last time we were here.
It has changed because the test has begun. The path to new knowledge is always harder than verifying a known result. Don't worry. This is like a labyrinth with a minotaur. There is always a way to the center.
A labyrinth with a minotaur?
But weren't those labyrinth walkers offerings to the Minotaur?
Unfortunately, she doesn't seem to care or be concerned at all. Isn't a minotaur something that would chase you?
We're going to solve the magic square. Vertin, the next number is 10.
Damn, you're being handheld. You're being cheat-sheeted by her. Whoosh. The world churns around them. a space is revealed. As the magic square is solved, the maze shifts once more.
Oh no! It turned into a magic circle! We have to calculate again!
Now what's a magic circle? I've never heard of a magic circle. I know what a magic square is. What the hell is a magic circle? What am I looking at? What? Magic concentric circles. Numbers on each circle and diameter. Circle and diameter will sum to a number. So all this, and the rings must add to the same number. Wait. Magic circle puzzle. Give me an easy one. Hold on. No, but it's crossword. Ah, screw that. We're not doing that. Wow. What the fuck am I looking at? Ew! Now this is what nerds like to play. Mate. I like how all the magic circles have a credited name to them. Like the people who find out about them. Why are they all Chinese names? What's that supposed to say? Why is it all Chinese names? What are you? What the fuck? They're like a freaking magic globe. No, it's like every latitude and longitude needs to be the same sum. What? Stop. Can we go back to the normal? Can we go back to something normal and human? Nerds don't solve problems, they make the problem and solve through.
This one's easy. The sum of the numbers on each circle should be equal to the sum of the numbers on its diameter plus the number in the middle.
And so, this that she's saying is referring to this. She's referring to this. Also, to the developers or writers of Reverse, where the hell do you find this shit?
We're just going from a square to a circle. It's not that difficult. You are now on 32. We need to find 17 or 21.
If 37 wasn't here, we would have died. Completely absorbed in solving the puzzle, she doesn't notice what's coming up behind her. A geometric figure with the number 21 hurtles towards her. For a number, she thought she heard it chuckle. A number is chasing her!
37. The numbers are coming to life. We need to put them back in place.
I won't deny, in the younger years of mine, this show became... Is it called the number? No, it's not called the number file. Numbers cartoon. I did watch a cartoon that involves numbers when I was young. Did any of you do so? No, what is it called? Oh! The fucking numberjacks. This is what I imagine when they say the numbers are chasing you. These shit are chasing you. It's like 1990s or something. It was something on my television back then, and I had to watch it. Oh goodness. Ugh.
It's an honor to meet you.
3 times 7 equals 21.
What? Are you making fun of my name?
White shell, pencil-like forelimbs.
arcane skill. Vertin, it's no use attacking 21. Just focus on 9 and 33 instead. Start with the number that has the largest absolute value. 33.
At the start of the round, Moxie plus 5. And all damage taken is set to 1. After being attacked, recover... Why do every numbers have a skill?
It is here. I can hear it. It's newly made this year.
I have to read. This whole chapter forces me to read.
Got you. It could be found. Another jar? Given that... Uh-huh.
Oh my god, you didn't kill it.
There they are.
Oh wait, it lost its number status.
Rational.
Huh? Attack the biggest number and the smallest number ability will disappear, and then the next biggest number inherits the next fuck. You get it, I think. You're smarter than me, chat.
It could be found. It's newly made this year. Another jar? Uh-huh.
Oh, I can kill. Yeah, it became 33 now.
It could be found. Coming! Intersect and divide.
We worked on this collaboration together.
Ian can't
I'll
read.
write you into my
Reverse
paper.
can't do math. You're returning for 11 months of absence. You have 12,500 clear drops and about 25 bunnies right now. You're not a fan of Lucy. Should you pull selected banner instead for a character like Spathodea or 37? You know, I talked about the former already. Pull 37 or Spathodea. I mean, if you want to avoid Lucy, yeah, you can choose not to pull Lucy. Who's better though, 37 or plus? I don't know, I prefer 37 more than Spathodea. But I'm not sure how 37 is as a isolated, like, carry 6-star. It's not bad, to be fair, because she's dealing Genesis damage anyways. I think I'll say 37. You can see what other people say. Do you all have an opinion? Who should future icon who just came back to the game pull? He doesn't want Lucy, so should he get Spathodea or 37? The ground ceases to shake, and everything comes to a standstill once again. The numbers have returned to their original positions. 37 breezes past them with a cheerful smile, making a beeline for the exit.
Like I said, it's not that big of a deal. Hmm?
She stops. Before the gate stands a familiar figure.
I thought the next question would be the Ford Circle, the Monster Group, or Hilbert's Infinite Grand Hotel.
Ah, I know what Hilbert's Infinite Grand Hotel is. That one, Veritasium covered it. It's the one about if you have infinite number of rooms and infinite number of hotel guests, can they fit the rooms? Hilbert Infinite Hotel. I don't remember the context of the problem, but yeah, it's a video.
Of rooms.
I forgot what this is supposed to talk about though. What's the other one? The Ford Circle. What's a Ford Circle? Eh? I think every single one of the problem is about infinity. I think the fourth circle problem is, imagine if you put two circles that are side by side. I assume. Oh, but you look at what it's creating, right? It's 1, 1, and then it's half, and then it's 1/3, then it's 1/4. Oh wait, no, then it becomes 1/5, 2/5. Oh, wait. Wow, that's interesting. It's half, but then it's 1/3 and 2/3, and then it's 1/4 and 3/4, then it's 1/5, 2/5, 3/5, 4/5. And then the next number says what now? 1/6. I'm assuming it'll be 1/6, 2/6. Or is it 1/6, 1/6? I do not know, man. Okay, what a weird thing to look at. And then what's the monster group? What? What am I looking at? What the f- Imagine looking at this thumbnail. It is a thumbnail that gives you a question of how is this shape related to this monster? And why does monster group spawn a fidget spinner? I know what a fidget spinner is, I don't know what a monster group is. Oh fuck my eyes, bro. What am I looking at? Oh my god, I don't know. 37, you're blowing my mind. Stop that.
I never thought it would be 6. Hello, 6. Are you the real thing?
Damn, 6 is at the end of the Apeiron?
Yes, I'm the real 6.
Reverse is an entertainment game. It definitely is an entertainment game.
When it comes to the essence, we are all shadows cast on a wall by a flickering fire. How do you know you're the real 6?
Does he know he's the real 6? And not how do you know? That was too much to take in. Even 37 can't help but step back.
Did you just smile? Now I very much doubt that you're real.
I didn't. And I am the true 6. This gate has always been guarded by a 6.
The leader reverts back to a blank expression. 37 doesn't seem too thrilled to see her friend here.
I have a bad feeling about this. I think the question we're about to answer will be very simple.
I have a bad feeling about this. The question we're about to answer is very simple. How do you put those two phrases together? How?
It's just a formality, isn't it? You'll ask a question and let us through. I've seen you do that on other tests before.
Formality is also important.
No, only the essence is important. Only the forms are important.
How do you speak in such languages? 666 shakes his head, showing no inclination to continue the debate.
This is a question about the essence and forms, 37. Please pay heed to it. As for Miss Vertin, we only expect you to lend a patient ear.
Very well.
37 looks at 6 with determination, the same look she had when she faced the challenge in the game of Kotabos? What the fuck is a game of Kotabos? Oh! It was a game of skill played in ancient Greek and in drinking parties. It involves flinging wine lees, which is sediment, at a target in the middle of the room. The winner will receive a prize comprising of cakes, sweetmeats, and kisses. Kisses? So how do you play? The Kutabos player puts the index finger of the right hand through the handle of a drinking cup, palm upwards, and the remaining fingers are spread to play a flute. The player reclines on a couch, leaning on the left elbow and moving only the right forearm. Throws the wineless. What? When playing the Kutavos, also known as the Kutavos with a pole, the target plastings a small disc balanced horizontally atop a bronze lampstand. Halfway down the stand is a larger disc called the maze. Sometimes a bronze statuette is used, with the plastings balanced on its extent. What am I reading? Is there a video demonstration of a Kutavos?
Hello.
Are you a video demonstration or are you just going to read it? That doesn't look like a full-on. Okay, so they drank. Okay, let's assume they drank wine. So it's the same thing. You put your finger in the cup. Do you fling wine? What? Wait, the goal of the game is to fling the thing on the pole? Oh, they're playing it right now. Look at that. They're actually lying down now. Wait, so you fling it to the pot? What's the point of flinging it to the pot? Okay, I mean, the guy is reassembling that back. So they're all trying to aim for that. So the winner is whoever who hits that. Wait. Is the reason why when this game was created and they laid down was because the lazy people? Because any normal game is probably better for you to play while you're standing up. It already looks lazy. Look at how wet the floor is after they did all that. Imagine the cleanup for this game. Oh my god. She's confident that she can solve any problem that comes her way.
37. If your pursuit of truth were to lead to the destruction of your faith and beliefs, would you still keep going?
What?
She exclaims involuntarily.
What kind of question is that?
I still have to ask, how the frick do the writers find details of games like this? Oh wait, by the way, if the pursuit of truth were to lead to the destruction of your faith and beliefs, would you still keep going? Oh, yeah, that will hurt 37. I mean, if you're a strong believer of the things that you hold true to, yeah, it would affect you a lot. Yeah, it's basically saying, if you know the meaning of life and it destroys whatever that you already know, would you still pursue it? Or it's like saying, if you happen to know that you'll die tomorrow, like if you want to find out that you will die, but then there's a chance that the time that you die is very soon, would you still want to do it? It's questions like that. Oracles at Delphi. People don't disbelieve maxims. They just think they're the exception. Anything for me to read, by the way? Nope. How do we read through the story and traces? And traces? What does traces refer to in your question?
If my pursuit of truth
You
will
can
be the
reread the
destruction of my
story.
beliefs.
Okay, if you're rereading the story based on the side stories have a button that says replay. Like it's a button where the arrows are spinning on the side of the start. If you're playing the main story, you need to go to the front screen, and then there's an archive on the bottom left. You go to Story Atlas. That's where you can rewatch the story. A bit of a hassle, I will say, Blue Pork, if you are watching this or if you are gonna take some advice. I don't think it's very smart to park all the story in the Atlas. You should at least put the replayability of the story beside the stage itself. I hope they changed it in like later updates. Traces, I'm not sure what you mean, by the way. She shakes her head repeatedly, looking more perplexed than when she checked the Manus followers' math homework.
I came for the truth, and my faith is the truth. Why would the truth be destroyed by the truth?
I came for the truth, and my faith is the truth. Why would the truth be destroyed by the truth? That's a really hard question, and a very spinning question.
If it's because I did the calculation wrong, I'll go back and do it again. And next time, I will
You
do
enjoy
better.
playing this game because it makes you feel smarter, but playing Nikkei makes you feel dumber. Is that true? Will Nikkei make you feel dumber? An answer without hesitation, causing the gatekeeper to pause for an extra moment of silence. I will say that I like playing this game because I always get tidbits of things I never knew about.
What if the essence of truth is there is no truth?
Isn't that also a form of the truth? Its non-existence is an answer in itself, is it not?
Then the question becomes,
like 210.
the question becomes, can you accept that there is no
Are
truth?
you really 6?
37 has clearly run out of patience with this sophistry. She stares at 6 in annoyance, trying to detect any sign of his face that he might be playing a joke on her.
I should be more specific. You may see it as another allegory. A gate stands before you. Open it, and you will find the truth you seek. But at the same time, the world as you know it will crumble. Will you still open it?
37 blinks. This time, her answer is even more clear and resolute.
Yes. If my world changes because the truth is revealed, doesn't that mean my previous understanding was wrong and should be corrected?
Oh, you're very
What's
open-minded
behind
though.
the gate is really the truth. Why would I give up the truth for falsehood?
Vertin, what do you realize that I don't realize?
I see. You've passed. As a reward, I will bestow upon you this sacred ritual.
Damn, you got a scroll as a gift. Oh, you...
It will bridge the gap between you and the supreme existence during communion.
I didn't mean it to be an actual scroll when I said that. A glider scroll is presented to her. but the winner only furrows her brows even harder.
Was that it? You didn't even ask a question that posed a real challenge.
Oh, too easy, 37. Too easy.
See, Vertin? I knew this was just a formality. Vertin?
Why's everyone saying pre-watch? I didn't know it would be a scroll.
37. I think this question...
37.
6 interjects.
There are some words I'd like to share with you. Not as 6, but myself, who used to live under the name Atticus.
Ooh.
We know the story of Socrates' life, how truth and politics are at odds with each other. Either be
It still
wise,
is today.
uninvolved and look on, or be practical, involved and suffer. I hope you will remember your answer when the defining moment comes for you.
He leaves. The game has been a disappointment. 37 frowns in frustration, but she keeps a tight grip on the scroll. The gate in the center of the circle has swung open. The path ahead is still shrouded in mist.
We should go, Vertin. There's a long way ahead.
But my ship is arriving in 1
The
hour.
next question will be more fun.
Okay. She doesn't care. Numbers? Again?
Did I start running?
Oh, no numbers.
Yes!
Oh, yes, numbers.
73! A good number. It's the 8th twin prime, the 8th lucky prime.
What's a twin prime? Is a twin prime a number with 2 prime numbers? With either 2 or 2 less or 2 more than another prime number. Huh? 2 less or 2 more. So it must be a -2 or +2. So when you call it a twin prime, it's referring to the pair. So this is first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. Unsolved problem in mathematics. Are there infinitely many twin primes? How would I know? How would I know? And then what's a lucky prime? A lucky prime is a natural number in a set which is generated by a certain sieve. The sieve is similar to the sieve of Eratosthenes. What does that even mean? Begin with a list of integers starting with 1, okay? Every second number in the list is eliminated, leaving only odd digits. The first number remaining in the list after 1 is 3, so every third number in the list is eliminated. And then it'll be 5. The next surviving number is now 7. So every 7th remaining number is eliminated. The first is 19th. Oh, you eliminate by the position of the number. So when they say second, right? They're saying every second number in the list. So every number behind. So when they say 3, it's like according to all these numbers, every third number afterwards gets destroyed. Oh no, but it's not in reference to 3, it's in reference to the first number. So that's why this is the third number, 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 and then it gets destroyed. And then because it's the 7th, so every 7th number gets destroyed. So like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What the fuck am I looking at? And then that's why 73 sits there. So they're called a lucky prime because they don't get eliminated. This hurts my brain. Hey, but look at that. It's confirmed that there will be infinitely many lucky primes. How nice.
And the same combination as 37. But sadly, you're the 21st prime number, which makes you less than perfect. 13, let's start with
73, because it has the largest absolute value.
Nice choice, Vertin. You are a quick learner. It is here. Could be another jar?
What does 73 do? I didn't read. What does 73 do?
You don't want to miss it.
And what does 44 do? No, 42 apparently. Ow. 73 plus 5. After being attacked, recovers. Oh, okay, it doesn't care. So the smallest number always has their like, if you attack the smallest number, it only receives 1 damage. If you attack the second smallest number, it will recover HP whenever it's attacked. And if you attack the biggest number, if you don't kill it fast enough, it will get Moxie plus 5. Okay, so that's the mechanic.
I can hear it.
Wait, so single target damage is actually very good. If we're gonna see more and more of these enemies, it just means go single target damage.
It's newly made this year. Oh, this brilliance! Time to check my calculation. Gotcha.
Oh, but they only gain the number at the start of the next round.
It is here. It could be found. Another jar? And divide.
Okay. Reverse now looks like AS AK gameplay. You mean the stage design?
What a time
To an extent, I guess.
Coming.
It's very clean. The more we go from event to event. You know, Reverse almost looks like it should be a kid's game, but it definitely isn't because of the concepts that they put in the game.
We worked on this collaboration together. I'll write you into my paper.
Nothing I haven't expected so far.
If kids
Just
played
like
this,
what Mom
we were
told
so
me.
many geniuses. True! True! Why we got kids playing Genshin and Fortnite? What other games are kids playing these days? Valorant? They ain't picking this game up.
They're just games, like skipping rocks, katabos, and hopscotch. I've always been good
Oh,
at
the two absorbed in TikTok.
Look, there's the gate, Vertin. We're almost at the end.
37 claps her hands with satisfaction, having resolved yet another obstacle. But her companion is much more pensive.
What's the matter, Vertin? You've been quiet since we met 6. But you're number
Do we want
0.
kids to learn of what Arcana
Not
does
6.
with oranges?
You have no common factor with him.
No. I'm only thinking,
What stops Reverse from being a kid's game?
what's the question?
The
you're going
same
to
reason
ask?
that it stops people
We've
who
only got
don't
one chance.
who don't have English as their first
The
language.
most important question of all, of course.
About the essence of the emanation, right?
It was not a hard guess. The islanders devote their lives to the study and service of the essence. Nothing is more important than this question. The essence reveals the ultimate truth that underlies all existence. Everything else is just fragments of the phenomenal world. It might not directly solve the issue of the storm immunity, but knowing its nature will certainly help with that aspect. It's just cause they won't understand? Yeah. and is the key to solving not just one problem, but many others.
The essence of it is important. But one day, we will eventually come to understand it. Even if we leave it alone for now, it will still be there. Yes?
I have to say, the more I see 37 in stories and the more we get to see her, she is very pretty.
I think so.
I like the hair that she has. She seems to have something else in mind.
I can't stop thinking about Regulus. Despite being so close to the answer, she turned back in the cave, determined to earn the answer rather than receive it on a silver platter. It's like covering your ears in front of the oracles at Delphi. How typical of an irrational number. But she was also right, wasn't she? None of the precepts forbids one from doing so. People like her may fall behind or get distracted along the way, learning at a slower pace. But in the end, we will all converge. It doesn't matter if some arrive sooner than others.
So, are you going to ask something else?
This time she nods.
Yes, I have come up with a better question.
Can we know what it is?
A question that will solve all our problems once and for all, and free everyone from the emanation.
Ooh.
It's not as profound as my first question, but it's an equally good one.
So what is it? What is it?
I see.
Ask her what it is!
I will stop here then.
Huh?
Huh?
She turns around, eyes wide with surprise.
Vertin, are you turning back like Regulus? But you're a zero. You're not an irrational.
No, I won't go far. I will wait for you here. This is your gate to open. It is your question, your answer. I will stay here and watch over you. If you encounter any danger in there, I will come to your aid at once.
But don't you also have a question to ask Apeiron? Aren't your doubts unresolved?
No, I don't need to ask anymore. The question you're going to ask, the one that will free us all from the emanation, is exactly the question I want to ask, 37.
37 tilts her head curiously, but the confusion soon fades. She quickly understands, as she does with most things in life.
I see. So you're choosing to be the one who looks on, like the third kind of men in the Olympic Games.
Huh? What is that expression supposed to mean? The third kind of man in the Olympic Games. So that's the spectators. Now who's the first and who's the second? The first is the athletes. Then who's the second? The staff. And then the third is the spectators. Is that it?
Choice of insight. Most appropriate for the number 0.
Performers judge and spectators. Without further hesitation, she turns and steps into the final gate.
In that case, I will see you later then.
I don't think they can be
Vertin.
Googled.
See you soon, 37.
Put the suitcase down and breathe. Be ready for anything.
Will this really be the collapse of her world as she knew it? Like Six said. If that happens, I'll be here to hold the umbrella for her.
That's nice of you, Vertin. Oof. Okay, nothing spawned afterwards. Outside the limits. Where are we going? But this is a cave. So we're going to the the common people of the island. Unspeakable, indescribable, untouchable, unsurpassable. The cave is bathed in warm, flickering candlelight. Preparations for the cleansing ceremony are finally complete. The integers are waiting for their leader to return.
Do you think 37 is going to make it?
I've turned on the ad. 888 lowers her voice, concealing her worry.
Who knows?
Leaning against the cavern wall, 210 absent-mindedly adjusts the grapevine on his hair out of boredom.
6 should be the easiest one to pass. The math puzzles in the labyrinth shouldn't be a problem for our little star either. The only tricky question is from Apeiron, and no one knows what it will be. It is a fair game. Answer Apeiron's question and it will answer yours. But if you give the wrong answer, oops.
Oh, that's very casual of you. He pinches a grape between his fingers and crushes it, its juice splattering onto his hand.
It'll hardly be a graceful end.
You are gross.
888 shakes her head, not even bothering to hide her disgust.
We know little about the test. The last person to pass the test was 300 years ago. The price of failure was high. For the longest time, the Sixers forbade people from risking their lives for it.
The Sixers!
Well, 6 lied.
And that also means there's always people who takes over the older numbers.
Someone passed the test 4 years ago.
An unexpected piece of information. Even 210 straightens up in attention. The Banshee gazes into the distance, watching the shadows cast by candles dance on the wall.
The two of them are so much alike. Their talents, their mindsets.
No, I did not read 6 story.
Even their first thoughts when facing an impossible challenge. It is an irresistible temptation indeed. With a path to all truths right in front of you. Just within reach.
Wait, did one of you search about the kind of people in the Olympics? So the first kind of people is those who buys and sells things needed by athletes or spectators outside the Olympic Games. The second kind are the actual participants in the sports meeting, the competitors. And the third kind is the viewers. And I assume the viewers mean the people in the stadium. Okay, interesting definition. Do I want a summary to 6 story? If it can be summarized in a line or two, I don't see why not.
Who wouldn't want to give it a try?
Amid the swirling lights and shadows, the trial is reaching its conclusion. She has reached the heart of the maze, the lair of Minotaur, where the final challenge awaits. Through the mist, a form gradually takes shape. First, it appears to be a scholar, then a soldier, but it continues to transform into a king, a farmer, a child, an elder. Finally, it stops and solidifies into a young woman with a sharp and
Mama?
chilling smile.
How are you here?
A soft chuckle slips out from the shadow.
No, I'm not who you think I am, child. I'm but a shadow, a flicker of fire, a projection before you. The finite cannot comprehend the infinite. Your limited senses cannot imagine what you've never seen, nor fathom what you've never heard. I am the answer to your desperate prayers. I am the blindfold before you see daylight. I'm the reflection of your confused, hollow faces in the water. I am the lingering echo of the last visitor.
Lingering echoes mentioned.
You look just like Mama.
Eagerly, 37 steps forward. Sixes are the direct
last
bloodline,
obstacle of the
where one of them
test.
inherits the
gate to
memory and
truth is
wisdom of
just
every
ahead,
past
right?
6 when the current dies. Ooh, cool.
And here you are, You finally reached the transcendental realm? So my conjecture was right, and our model did not fail, correct?
I like how 37 still speaks
The
in
transcendental realm? You speak adorable nonsense, my dear daughter. Did you really
I'm creeped
believe
out.
what I
I'm
said?
fucking creeped out. Holy fuck. I got goosebumps.
You silly little goose.
Whoa, I got legit scared in the game for the first time. I couldn't help but get goosebumps from that. What the fuck? 37 stopped in the tracks and lifts her head in disbelief. She locks eyes with those aquamarine orbs that are unmistakably her mother's eyes.
Have you not doubted, even for a moment? You did. You wavered when you strolled the shores at night, when you inevitably gazed at the geometric bodies. If they really are manifestations of the transcendental world, why can't I find Mama's number in the broken pieces? You thought. Why can't I hear her voice? Why can't I see their patterns? The darkness blinds me. I miss you, Mama. Oh, my poor, sweet daughter. You are too young and naive, too attached to what is familiar and too trusting of your teachings. You should have continued doubting instead of following my outdated footsteps. Was the conjecture wrong? Was the model correct? It does not matter, child. The rules of the game have changed. The Chaos Makers, the Fearmongers, and the Rule Shapers, they have already outpaced us. We were not wrong, we simply fell behind. We were blinded by the dream of the transcendental realm and could not see through reality. But worry not, my daughter. You have made it here, and that is all that matters. We will do the calculations together. This time, the results will be more accurate than ever.
Mama!
With a gentle smile, the woman tucks her hair behind her ears and reaches out a hand to the girl.
This world is an enormous wasteland, 37. Look at the creations in it. The congested, silent herds that scurry to and fro in their meaningless lives. Never have they looked at the stars above, nor bent to smell the flowers. The melodies of the patterns above go unheard by them, their souls unresonant to their wisdom. They are the prisoners of their bodies, complacent in their dulled senses, and conceited over their success of ruling the planet through violence and bloodshed. They mocked us, shunned us, and slaughtered us. They discriminated against us throughout the ages, branded us as lunatics, and spat on what we held dear. But we never gave up once. We were never truly defeated. One day, they will be proven wrong, and they will be forced to admit it. My daughter, my precious little pearl. Come to me, back in your mother's arms. Let us return to a time before disputes and disasters, when it was just you and me wandering the boundless beach. I will share with you the infinite secrets of this world, the essence of all things, and the truth that transcends everything. That's what you came for, yes?
Her eyes are earnest and sincere. The seven slowly climbs the stairs, longing to reach out and grasp her mother's hands. She suddenly looks up, confused, and asks a question.
But Mama, I am 37, not infinity. Why would I want an infinite number of secrets?
The ground is shaking. Did she give the wrong answer?
The cavern's illusory landscape shifts again. A fierce wind abruptly rises around her. Amidst the howling gale, 37 looks defiantly up into the air, her eyes peering past her mother's silhouette.
I don't long for the infinite secrets, for it is not within the scope of my number. I know who I am. I am only 37, a finite number, a pebble in the sand. The tides could wash over me, engulf me, and crush me at any moment. Even so, I am glad to be 37, for I know my limits. I know my boundaries. A concept whose supreme existences cannot even fathom.
Her mother's shadow shatters, the shards shimmering and pulsing in the air as if they were alive. The wind picks up, whipping her hair around and forcing her to narrow her eyes against the current. But she stands her ground, refusing to yield.
Apeiron, the boundless one, I am here for a simple question. How can we escape the darkness of the phenomenal world and be free from the emanation forever?
That was cool. That's a very good narrative scene. Her voice disappears into the wind, like a pebble sinking into a pond. But then the ripples echo back. A worthy reply. Thou hast heeded thy boundaries. Through humility shalt thou ascend to higher wisdom. Thou shalt be answered. So the challenge, the test that Apeiron gave to her is knowing that if you go and seek Apeiron, you want to ask a question. Apeiron challenged her with the vision of her mother. And basically baited her by saying, I will give you lots of information of all the things that has affected you in your life and to figure things out for you. And 37 said no. 37 said, I don't need to know everything. I just need to know the singular question I came for. And that's what broke the vision. It's testing whether she wants to chase knowledge. Yeah. Incomprehensible sounds assault her ears, like ancient echoes rising from the depths of the ocean. They aren't recognizable syllables of any known language, but more like reverberations between layers of rock walls, each note stabbing through her like a dagger. Her breathing becomes labored, and blood trickles from her nose. Dizziness churns in her head, causing her vision to blur and double.
How? It clearly promised me an answer. Is it because the answer to my question?
Oh my god, she's actually bleeding in the image.
Is outside of our limits too.
Oh, she collapsed.
Make way! Move! Madam Lucy, we have the right pronunciation. The script you gave me was correct. This is the arcane language of the incantation. Where did you get it?
Very well. Give it to me. Inform all research teams that we are moving on to the next phase of the project.
Swift and sure footsteps strike past glass-walled rooms, stopping at the main control room of the Storm Observation and Research Initiatives. The control station is bustling with activity as liaisons send messages through electrical signals and pneumatic tubes to various offices, all part of a well-oiled system. Enigma is here too.
If you're here to check on the progress, there is none. I'm afraid you'll leave disappointed, Madam Lucy.
The robot hardly notices the mockery on his tone. She approaches one of the liaisons and holds out her hand. In her palm is a script brought by the Durf.
Send this to everyone. It has been verified. This is the correct pronunciation of the immunity ritual.
This is...
His hands tremble. Despite its size, the tiny slip of paper holds great importance. Following the pronunciation guidelines, he carefully spells out the first word.
La Unwa.
The script is taken from his grasp. Standing next to him, the liaison holds the script in her hand, also trembling with excitement.
We must share this with everyone!
She trots over to the control station. The script is transposed onto the screen. The liaison meticulously checks every detail, ensuring that nothing is overlooked.
La unua circlo.
She reads into the microphone, her voice confident and clear. With a final press of the send button, she turns away with a satisfied smile on her face. Without warning, her torso cracks apart and her entire form crumbles, shattering to the ground in pieces.
What was that?
All hell breaks loose. Chairs scrape loudly against the floor, coffee cups clatter to the ground, and people scramble about in a frenzy. The director of Laplace remains still, her eyes fixed onto the rapidly flashing lights on the screen.
Stop the transmission! The ritual is wrong!
She pauses. In the face of chaos and turmoil, it falls onto someone to step up and take action.
No. The incantation is indeed correct.
My goodness. One of you asked, is there more ways to get summons? You have 40 days to do the manner. You can get more by clearing your story because you get pools from clearing your story, or your login event. There's literally 2 rounds of login event, one now and one 2 weeks later. And then just do your dailies. Most people should be able to get Lucy, no matter how unlucky you are, just because you get a lot of free pools from the start of the event until the end. To the one who asked. But anyways though, holy shit. Now that is a story. I was tearful when, I don't know if you all noticed, I got a little teary seeing how 37 braved through the image of her mother. And then afterwards finally asked the question, but then got hit with a non-answer back, which was a huge surprise. I mean, not saying that it's a huge surprise, because 6 already said it to her that she probably wouldn't even get the things that she wanted to hear. And then this had to happen. I think what Lucy is trying to get to is the incantation is correct, but it cannot be performed by regular people. Or it cannot be said by regular people. Yeah, I think I feel a lot for 37 just because at the end of the day, 37 is just a small little girl. Right? She's a very smart small little girl. Supposedly young too. But like, she got through that. And that's pretty crazy to me. We're only 1/3 of the story in, by the way. It's only 10. It's only 10, but let me also make it a point to full build Lucy now. Because I can buy Lucy's Psycube. So let's feed her Psycube.
The wind is most comfortable now.
It's about to get crazier. Oh, I will tell you this. I'm very certain it's about to get worse.
Unexpected.
I think this is just the start of how bad
more of
this story is going to
formality
become.
than a functional necessity.
I'm excited. Unfortunately, I won't be able to sit through the entire experience because, like I said, this stream will go on very late. That's why I named the stream Part 1. But we'll see how far I can take for today. Just craft. Is Psycube like light cone? Yes, but Psycube is a lot easier in this game because Psycubes don't... How do I explain this? Psycubes do not it's like there's not a lot of light cone pairings with the characters. It's almost very specific. You can easily buy it and you don't have to gacha for it. You just need to use the currency in the game because there's two things. One is event store and one is Psycube store. So like if you want a Psycube, for instance, you simply can buy it from here because a lot of these are already dedicated to the person and it's kind of easy to get the currency, I would say. Now I'm spending the currency to buy even Gluttony already. Gluttony is basically copies of the Psycube. So you don't have to buy the specific Psycube. If you want to increase its level, you can use Gluttony in order to increase its level for any Psycube that you're interested in, which I've already boosted some of them for the characters that I think are super strong. So yeah. Originally, yeah, I think when the game first started, Psycube didn't have as big of a significance and they weren't exactly character tailored. But then now they made it such that every time they release an event, there will always be something fitting for the character, which I think is pretty good. Return to the Earth. Once representing abundance and life, it now holds the opposite meaning. Yeah, it's true. Enigma almost died.
What is going on?
In other glass-walled rooms, researchers look up from their work in confusion. The airlock doors have been sealed tight, and their electronic equipment is flashing erratically.
Warning.
You can't pull cubes at all, yes. You can't pull Psycubes. At the same time, all of their screens light up simultaneously, indicating the arrival of a new message.
Hey Dawkins, forget the outside. Come look at this. Some guys cracked it. They found the correct pronunciation.
For real? They better be serious if this is some kind of prank.
Despite the blaring alarms, the staff gathers around their screens, eagerly reading aloud the incantation that was just sent.
La una circlo?
Oh, fuck.
Damn it! Damn it! Shit!
He runs down the corridor at full speed, gasping for air. Just as the airlock doors begin to close, he flings himself through. The closest room with glass walls is filled with thick white smoke. He sprints to the door and frantically pounds on it.
Ulrich! Dawkins! Victor! Ricard! Are you in there? Listen, if you receive the pronunciation of the incantation, do not recite it, do not write it down, do not pass it on. I know we've had our differences, but you have to trust me. I'm trying to save you.
A chilling silence looms on the opposite side of the door. The only noise that can be heard is Lucy's emotionless voice coming through the speakers.
Warning. Warning. All personnel stay away from their communication terminals. Do not recite any messages on the screen. Repeat. Do not recite the incantation. Do not recite the incantation. Do not recite...
The door suddenly opens. The smoke pouring out nearly chokes him.
Richard?
Oh, fuck me. A cryptographer emerges from the thick smoke, his movements stiff and his face expressionless. As he opens his mouth to speak, a small crack forms at the corner of his lips, quickly spreads across his entire face as if he were made of clay. Suddenly he collapses, his skin splitting and cracking like parched earth.
Richard!
Enigma quickly moves to support him, preventing his colleague from breaking into pieces on the hard floor. He checks his vitals, still alive, only his skin has been affected by the mutation. Underneath the cracked exterior, he can still see human flesh and blood.
Don't speak. We're going to the recap center.
No, you go, Dawkins.
Should we pull for 2 Fairy or Cacania? Both are good. I don't think you'll regret getting either one. Slowly, a monumental figure emerges from the hazy entrance. It's a mud golem, with thick clumps of mud dripping off its body. The only remaining human element is Dawkins' nameplate, barely clinging onto his chest.
Dawkins? No, no, no!
The airlock door at the end of the hallway hisses open. A squad of security guards with hypno bullets and restraint nets barge their way in.
Researcher Adler, please evacuate immediately. We will take over from here.
Doesn't seem like everyone vanished from reciting the ritual. Seems like it's random.
Keep the sample.
Oh, no numbers this time. Oh, bless.
A new hypothesis.
Fine.
Uh-huh. The benefits of field mapping.
Oh. Wanna watch the aerial stunts? Oh.
Confirm the coordinates.
Eh? You just got these. Why? Is it first person who hits lasers?
Fine.
It could be found.
A new hypothesis.
Right wing.
Yeah, first person who hit lasers.
Calculating distance.
They are much naughtier than the Foundation's kids.
I thought the worst case would be that the ritual is useless since no one here can wield it. I was wrong. So terribly wrong. The reality is 1,000,000 times worse. We have invited a disaster. It is a curse, even more unpredictable, unstable, and uncontrollable than the mask.
He grips his hair tightly, his voice hoarse as he shouts.
Dora crumbled to dust. Richard cracked like dry land, and Dawkins turned into a statue of mud. And Victor, he vanished. We've tried everything, but he's nowhere to be found. Yet he's here, typing, sending emails, getting the door for me.
What?
All of these catastrophic events, and only 3 words were uttered. 3.
So you do. Well, someone stayed alive, but he's invisible now. He shakes his head and laughs bitterly, not even in the mood for mockery after all that's happened.
What are we dealing with, Madame Lucy? Which deity are we provoking and stealing from?
No one can answer his question. The security guards are busy cleaning up the mess, while liaisons are frantically issuing warnings and confirming the extent of the casualties. The rehab center personnel have also arrived, and as they leave, their stretchers are filled with injured people. His supervisor finishes up a call and hangs up the phone on the wall.
Get some rest, Mr. Adler. Your mission is complete. Other researchers will take it from here.
Although he did nearly nothing.
What?
He asks in disbelief, anger swelling in his chest.
Are you not going to call it off? After all that's happened?
The research must go on.
Corporal behavior. The robot's answer is concise and cold.
The authenticity of the incantation and the fact that any arcanist can recite it were revealed to us through this unexpected mishap. Now, a new question arises. How can we eliminate the side effects? From now on, we no longer require the help of human researchers.
Her tone is calm and gentle, yet with authority. The decision has been made.
Only Arcanum can lift a curse of Arcanum.
Did she just roll down the stairs or something? The eerie sounds continue to reverberate in the cave. 37 kneels on the transparent stairs, blood seeping from her mouth and nose.
Stay with me. I'll get you out.
The suitcase, the noises wouldn't reach her in there. It could be her refuge. 37 suddenly jerks. Slowly, an ornate scroll rises from her bosom. From her bosom?
6's scroll.
She laid an egg. The strange noises begin to fade. In its place is an ancient melody. Melody time.
+1, -1,
Oh!
+2, -3, 3, -3, +2, -1, +1.
It's a palindrome.
I see. I understand now.
What did you say? 37. Are you feeling better now?
She nods, having regained her clarity.
They're numbers, Vertin. 6's scroll reconciled the gap between the supreme existence and me. I can now hear and understand. The answer to my question, the solution to free us from the emanation, the response Apeiron promised me, is a string of numbers.
Of course. It couldn't have been English. It could have only been numbers. On the Storm Immunity Incantation Consent Form, if you are aware of the responsibilities and risks and still wish to participate in Storm Immunity Spell Research Project, please read and sign below. Please note that if you refuse to sign after reading, you will be placed under surveillance until the research is completed due to confidentiality requirements. Basically, to put, you join us or you're fucked and you go to jail. Damn, what a world do they live in. Warning, do not recite the following content in any non-experimental setting. Reciting this spell will cause random curses, therefore its distribution is forbidden. If you happen to recite this spell and remain conscious, please immediately stop moving and stay where you are and try to perform actions that might indicate your continued existence until discovered by post-incident handling team. The text of the incantation is as follows. Do not recite, do not disseminate. So 4 people have been listed as dead. But they're not dead, Victor just lost observation. Okay, we're still at the cave. The notice, some names familiar and strange. Funeral postponement notice. We regret to report the tragic news today. A large number of researchers have been killed and even killed in an accident. Injured and killed in an accident, caused by the spread of storm immunity incantations. Due to the special emergency management regulations, the funerals of the deceased personnel will be temporarily postponed. Please remember the names of our victims, remember their sacrifice, and remember that our research is not over. Dora Evans, Gary, obliterated. Richard and Vincent, skin transformed. Dawkins, entire body turned to mud, lost the ability to speak. Victor, disappeared from existence, no longer physically detectable. Margaret, shrunk. Louis dissolved into a puddle of goo. But we know what's the least painful one of everything. Cause I'd still live my life, even if I was invisible. I think it's a pain to live your life being shrunk, but everything else is of course bad. You would go crazy invisible? But you won't die, even if you're invisible. Victor is not just invisible, it's like he's on a different dimension. If that's what it means, then yeah, that's rough. He's been shadow realmed. How you gonna eat? I'm assuming you still can eat even if you were invisible. The weight hanging high above finally falls. The winds died down. The cave is quiet again. The trial is over. As usual, the Star of Hermes has found her answer.
We got it. The key to the gate of truth. Apeiron has answered me. This is the final solution.
She chirps with delight as the scroll completes its task and lands back in her hand.
We must leave here at once. We have to tell everyone.
Wait, here's the thing. The scroll that Six gave to her, is it the same scroll that was given to Laplace? See, where was the scroll from? This immunity scroll that they speak of? Because it's not this one that 37 just got. So, what is the scroll that Lucy received?
I am so proud of you, 37. We will save everyone.
There is finally room to breathe, if only for a brief moment. Yet the feeling of unease remains.
But there's one thing I don't understand.
And that is?
She pauses mid-step and looks back, tilting her head inquisitively. Right now, there are 3 scrolls. There is a scroll from Vienna. There's a scroll from 6. And there's a scroll that 37 just got.
6. His scroll saved your life.
Okay, 6 scroll is irrelevant now.
Maybe he foresaw the dangers and protected you from it, so you can leave there almost unharmed. But what was he trying to tell you? When he warned you about the collapse of your world as you know it.
That's a lot of scrolls. Ever heard of Maple Story? The walk to the cleansing site is long. Only the sounds of dripping water and soft footsteps can be heard in the tunnel.
Mind your step, everyone. We are passing the wall of truth. The wall will come crashing down if false words are spoken. Silence is advised here, unless circumstances dictate otherwise.
The followers nod with respect. They have walked past the walls of silence, goodness and wisdom respectively as part of the ritual. Only those who embody these virtues can find safe passage to the final cleansing.
$888?
The custodian suddenly steps up in front of the leader, blocking his path.
Forgive me, but this seems to be the right moment for some long neglected questions to be answered.
As she speaks, a few others emerge from the crowd and surround Six. On the narrow pathway, there is no way to get around them.
Perhaps, but hardly appropriate or righteous.
We will talk of righteousness after you've shared what you know, Six. You've been silent for too long. 4 years have passed since you became Six, and for 4 years, you have been hiding things from us. The long-neglected questions have created a cloud of doubt between us, and now the boulder of fate is falling on us, and we are teetering on the brink of destruction. It's time to be honest and true to your people, while you still
Yes,
have
hi,
them.
Zekio.
We are the seekers of truth.
Welcome
It is
back.
unjust to keep us from it.
888 extends an arm, gesturing to the silent cavern walls that surround them.
Let the wall of truth bear witness. I want nothing but an answer from you. I am not here to provoke untimely conflicts.
So what's your question? The wall stands firm. The genuineness of her words is not to be doubted.
Answer her, Six. You should be glad that I am not the interrogator here, because the wall would have collapsed immediately.
What's your question? The walls remain silent, seemingly confirming the real Torician mocking words as truth.
You may lie, but the wall will fall. You may stay silent, then I will lie to break the silence and the wall.
Ah!
Or maybe you could
Wait a
outwit the
minute.
wall with the liar's paradox. Only sadly, I have tested it for you. One cannot deceive it by stating.
So they're
"I'm
trying to
lying."
screw Six over by bringing him here. Because they brought... Yeah. They brought him to a cave of logic. That he can't stay silent and he can't lie.
After all, it's a test of morality, not logic. It needs your honesty, not your wit or anything else.
It's a delicate situation,
What do you
one that
wish to
requires
know?
precision. The leader remains composed.
What else? The most important question, of course. The question about the essence.
210 takes a step, his voice trembling, no longer as calm as he used to be. These questions have plagued his mind for too long.
Why has our research stagnated for the past 4 years? Why did we fail to predict the emanation in 1929 and again in this time?
Oh.
Have we misunderstood the premise? What if the emanation is not a manifestation of the transcendental law at all?
Six remains stoic, showing no signs of emotion.
Worshippers worship, thinkers think, governors govern, and researchers research. Your questions are not mine to answer, 210.
That's a
A
odd
Six has
answer.
no expertise on the study of the emanation. I'm not qualified to answer about its essence.
The truth is spoken, and the silent wall attests to its veracity.
Your question is too abstract, 210.
The custodian shakes her head and takes a step closer.
Don't dance around the subject, Six. The wisdom has been passed on to you, as it has to every other Six. You have inherited not only knowledge and insight, but also the memories of your predecessors. You must know the answer, for it is part of your inheritance.
There is also the
Tell
way of
us
saying,
this. The last leader of the study of the emanation, 77. What question did she bring to Apeiron? And what answer did she receive?
So 77 was the one who went up. There's no immediate response, confirming that she's hit the nail on the
watched her
head.
walk into the cave and come out unharmed. I watched her, and the previous 6 board the ship in search of answers in the phenomenal world. The ship didn't come back in time. The emanation caught them.
Which is the
And
story
that
about
was
how
only
they
the
turn into
beginning of
shapes,
our
right?
misfortunes. The model failed. Our whereabouts were revealed. Hysteria now poisons the minds of our people, and the empirical knowledge accumulated over the years suddenly no longer applies to the current situation. Why? What did she find out? Could it be that something's happened to the transcendental law above? Has the truth we believed in changed?
Barraged with so many questions, he lets out a chuckle. He smiles with relief, like a prisoner finally receiving his death sentence after years of waiting. There's the opposite effect on the crowd. They hold their breaths in suspense.
Hippasus discovered the secrets of Route 2 and toppled Pythagoras' school of thought. The controversy surrounding Newton and infinitesimals presented a challenge to the groundwork of calculus. Russell's self-referential paradox sparked the third mathematical crisis. Though such theory was eventually perfected, the lessons on self-referentiality remained. In the end, Gödel's incompleteness theorems showed that proving or disproving everything is impossible. Therefore, absolute knowledge is unattainable.
His profound sentiment echoed through the cave.
The boulder of fate will tumble down its peak, whether 37 is the one pushing it or not. However hard Oedipus tried to defy destiny, his path to tragedy remained unchanged.
You're talking in riddles again.
No, he simply... She furrows her brow. However, 6 gives her a nod of respect. He's just saying... We're fucked. I mean, if you just read this line in itself, it's as simple as... We're all gonna die.
I should thank you for bringing the question here, 888, so I may finally speak the truth. 77 did ask about the essence of the emanation.
He stands tall and looks around at the people. They're listening intently.
She asked, what happened to the supreme existence? What plunged the world into madness? The answer was disorder and chaos.
The wall of truth stands still. The trial left behind by the ancient sages confirms his words. A deep, ominous rumble comes from the center of the island. The tremors are like the island is being shaken to its core, like a tsunami and a volcanic eruption combined.
You blasted!
210 is the first to come to a realization. He lunges and grabs 6 by the collar.
You knew this all along, from the first day of your revelation, when you became 6. You knew that the emanation was not a manifestation of the transcendental law and patterns above, but rather a symptom of its utter disorder and chaos? And you knew that the transcendental realm of numbers was no more, and that the essence of Pneuma, the one true form we believed in, had become an ever-changing existence like the irrational numbers?
Rage threatens to consume him. The reiteration glares at the leader, who has the audacity to confirm that their faith is shattered. He almost breaks into a bitter
4
laugh.
years. You kept this to yourself for 4 years. Why? Was it for a false sense of peace? To keep the island stable? Did you deceive us to prevent the realization that our research would be in vain?
Six does not answer the added inquiries, for they are not within his duty.
It's time to halt the bickering. Get everyone out of here now.
The custodian steps in and separates them with a stern look. She then turns and begins to lead the panicked crowd to safety. Amidst the chaos, the leader lowers his eyes and reads the verses prepared for the ceremony.
Pray to the gods for what you are about to do, and pray that all goes well. Once familiar with this practice, you will understand the constitution of both eternal gods and mortal men.
Huh? What happened? Did they not carry out the cleansing ceremony?
You will know the extent of all things, the boundaries of their entirety, and what connects them together.
Whoa! What's going on? An earthquake?
No, this is... The large-scale ritual on this island is undoing itself?
You will see, as you should, that the nature of the universe flows in all things alike.
Why? Why is our circle gone?
The leader stands quiet and resolute, like a rock by the sea, watching the fall of the heavenly transcendental, feeling the tides of change wash over everything.
Thus, you will not hope for what is beyond your reach, and you will not be deceived.
He rolls up the scroll and ends his reading.
Pray, my friends. Pray for yourselves and pray for everyone. Pray for all the suffering and misery around you. Reach into the unseeable darkness and pray to the unknowable supreme. Speak your hopes, for you are a finite creature yearning to transcend its own existence. The determination that once helped us overcome our insignificance and touch the light of Numa should guide us once more.
In the darkness, he lights up a torch.
Where are you going?
To the cave. The trial is not over. The final cleansing is yet to come. There are still duties to fulfill.
He trudges forward. With his back to the fearful crowd, he sets off again, onto the lonely road, into the long night. I do struggle to understand a little bit of what's going on in this scenario, but I think we will see as we read on.
Here is a well-known question you must have heard. What goes on 4 legs in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 3 in the evening?
I've heard this before.
It's so well known that no one finds it
No,
novel.
don't say that to me. I've heard this before, but I forgot. What goes on 4 legs in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 3 in the evening? Ah, fuck me. I've heard this riddle before and I don't remember. Why is everyone saying sparkle? Fuck. Tell me. I forgot.
But please, do me a favor and answer me yourself.
Let's talk about the question instead.
The Sphinx, an embodiment of mercy and
Why is it a
nobility
human
in
being?
Egypt, was seen as a mystery to the Greeks. A dangerous being that
I remember
kept
now.
secrets and delivered the punishments of the gods.
Morning, afternoon, and evening is not a description of the actual time. It's a description of life as an age. So morning is you're a baby, so you're on 4 legs. Afternoon refers to you being an adult, and so you're on 2 legs. And O is referring to evening. In this case, you're on 3 legs because you have a walking stick. Yeah, I completely forgot that that's the answer.
When the question is answered, the ritual is finished, and the answerer is granted the right to reach the treasure it guards. Yes, a ritual. Whether it is by pouring out wine, slaughtering a
I won't
cow,
deny,
or circling round
it sounds like a
fire with
question of the
baby
third
in your
leg.
arms. It
But
is
let's
an
not talk about that.
agreement, a question
You cannot help
that
but in
demands
today's
an
time,
answer.
maybe that would have been what you thought.
Every desire has a price, whether it is paid in wine, blood, or fire. But sometimes that sacrifice is taken from you without it ever being noticed. And the treasure you seek might be the undoing of your own desires. Let us take a look at another question.
This generation is finished if it becomes the answer.
Stranger, what's your name? Cried Polyphemus. Nobody, Odysseus answered. And it allowed him to flee the Cyclops cave, safe and sound. A human being and nobody. 2 answers that could not be more alike. Yet both were bound to fate by their answer. All right, dear. Time to call it a day. As for you, you'll get the answers you seek. You've already paid the price.
Okay. Again, weird text. I don't know what you're talking about. Really no clue. Clear handwritten notes. The neat and forceful writing style reveals the writer's strong character. Walking on the beach with Martha, she's almost done with a tour of the island, collecting material for her travel log. I accompanied her, also to remind her to avoid the important areas we don't want to be exposed to the outside world. She's hoping for even more reading recommendations. Fine, I'll consult 210 and Sophia. There are too many outsiders here. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it makes management more difficult. The leader strategy isn't the best at the moment. We must make clearer decisions. We need to show some self-determination. By repeatedly emphasizing our united will, faith will also be strengthened. Relying on anyone won't work. Nor can we put our hopes in one child and then sit back in satisfaction. It's impossible for the island to remain peaceful all the time. When it's necessary, it always falls on me to do something. She should have noticed the error, or, well, I don't believe that a person like 77 wouldn't check the course again and calculate the angles. Even if she's too tired, 37 is still on the island. Why didn't Hughes take his notebook with him? I saw it at Sophia's place. She left in such a hurry and that even her reason for leaving seemed like an excuse. Could communicating with this supreme being really destroy a person's mind? This is also strange. This guy talks a lot. Fortunately, he's also pretty useful, and surprisingly, he thinks the same way as me. I thought he was the one who agreed most with the others. In fact, his speculations are closer to my own. If I become an assistant, I might be able to learn more. This position has been vacant for so long. A shield without a sword is ultimately unreliable. Now is the time. No matter what they say, I will apply. 210 also believes 37 has the answer. What will the answer bring? Smudge marks. I need to get to the bottom of this. Okay, now the thing is, who wrote this? The point of this text is who wrote this? It's not 210, it's not 77, it's not 37. Is it 888 or is it 6? Sophia's parents? There's the word Hugh here. And who's Hugh? Must be 69. This is when 37 is alive. Here is Sophia's dad. Who wrote this? For now, I'm gonna say it's 888. Could be Sophia's parents, but it's not Hugh, right? Because Hugh is Sophia's dad. But there's also a sorry. Where can I read it again? Oh, I need to go to Atlas to read it again, right? Okay, never mind. What else? The party of beans. I eat, therefore I am. One, abstain from beans. Well, this is a funny presentation. 2, don't pick up from the what has fallen. 3, touch not a white rooster.
Where am I?
After a long period of darkness, clarity begins to dawn. Ahead lies a completely unfamiliar scene.
Did the earthquake do this? I was in the cave with 37. Is the timer broken?
Hey, Vertin! Here you are!
A familiar shout is heard in the distance.
Yeah. Come! People are waiting. The feast is going to start.
Feast?
Yes! Today's the big day!
Until what part will I
We're
play today?
celebrating because we kicked Manus Vindictae off the
I
island,
leave you all to signal
found the
what's a
key
good stage to
storm
end.
immunity, and save the numbers people from great
What's a good
disaster.
stage to end before 20 or after 20? Or 20 itself?
What?
But Regulus has already taken off.
Come on, Vertin! You'll miss out on
Oh,
the
I can stop at a
delicious
big part,
honey-roasted
is what you're saying.
rabbit.
After the big part is done, she jumps forward excitedly, but something cracks loudly when she lands.
Wait, Regulus, you just kicked over something.
What? What is it? Something for the cattle? Whoever left this here nearly tripped this great captain. Forget it. Come, Vertin. What are you still doing there?
4. Do not poke the fire with swords. 5. Do not drum with a crossbar. 6. Do not cut wood on the main road. Oh, what the? The square is alive with joy and activity. The usual silence and seriousness have been replaced by a symphony of giggles and cheers. The aroma of roast rabbit is thick in the air. Barrels of wine are being rolled around, and people are gathered drinking and chatting merrily.
Nice wine. Did you make it yourself?
Careful, Miss Lilia. Too much wine can corrupt one's body and will. Besides, you are already halfway through our stock for the year. But this drink you brought is pleasant to the nose. Coffee, you said.
Oh.
I have heard many things about it.
Being introduced coffee? Oh no.
Oh. Bitter.
Poor guy. I was expecting more from a man of your size.
Wait, coffee is taboo? Because coffee beans?
For God's sake, Regulus, keep an eye on your first mate here. Wow, he's so out of it right now.
It appears that this apple's abstinence from the bottle will have to begin anew.
Vertin, finally! I was looking for you.
Oh, oops. 37 waves from a distance, Sophia at her side, arm in arm.
big announcement to make.
You're married.
Sophia's just completed her proof and found her number.
Damn! Wings flap from above. 7. Do not enter the halls in new garments. Enter the hall from the right and leave from the left. 8. Do not keep swallows around your house.
They're going to fetch 6 for us. He's napping in the hall of Apeiron. An excuse to not join the party.
Not so fast with the announcement, 37. People will find out sooner or later. Thank you for helping us, Vertin. We wouldn't have made it without you.
I find it
And I
interesting
look forward to our
that this
continued
describes that
collaboration
Vertin
with the
remembered the
Foundation.
rules tightly in her head, which is capable for her to dream about it.
None of this makes any sense.
9. Do not sleep on the grave. 10. Make the bed as soon as you wake up, leaving no imprint of your body.
Oh, enough business. People are having a party here.
The pirate comes over with a platter of rabbits, smiling as if England had just won the World Cup.
Well, what do you say to this lovely captain who just picked up some food for you?
They clumsily collide, knocking over the tray in Regulus' hand.
My apologies, Regulus. I was too focused on linear regression formulas.
But linear regression... Okay, nothing to mock here. Linear regression formulas would be the easiest formulas to know in math.
Ah, that's all right. Wasn't me getting stuck in the kitchen roasting rabbits all day anyway. Unlimited supply of honeyed rabbits all day today.
Regulus picks up the dirty clay plate and puts it
I
aside.
heard Sophia is making her announcement today. I'm curious which number she will be.
Care to wager on that? I'd say she's a multiple of 3.
Then I'd say she is a multiple of 139.
139.
I have to admit, she has a good number. A number 100 times better than me. 6 and 210 put together.
What's a multiple of 139? 276. No, 278. I have no idea. A number 100 times better than her 6 and 210. Wouldn't she be a big number?
Calculating. 37 plus 6 plus 210 times 100 equals 2.
Oh no. She is not 25,300. I doubt anyone could live with themselves with a number that long.
A rooster crows loudly in the festive atmosphere.
You haven't bet before. This is a moo, my white rooster.
Oh dear. She kneels down and gently strokes its feathers. 3. Touch not a white rooster.
White rooster?
Cheers and shouts fill the air as people revel in jubilant euphoria. A Foundation employee picks up an ID from the ground. An Apeiron believer splits a log in the half on the road and earning enthusiastic applause from the crowd. The tables are filled with chickpea salad and neatly sliced bread, while people use their swords to poke fires and keep them burning. The flames burned fiercely, casting no shadows on the ground.
Something's not right. None of this is right. Something's happened on the island. I must still be in the cave.
A churning anxiety fills the chest. The once joyful sin is now taking a surreal quality.
I have to get out of here.
Defeat the Black Bean King. You have 4 people in the team.
critters eating beans, and a white rooster. These are supposed to be taboos on the island. Is this an illusion brought on by the fog? Or a new trial? No, something's not right. The flow of arcane skills on the island has changed. I need to get rid of them first.
At the end of the round, if the ally's percentage HP is lower than self enters taunt, then eventually distributes the HP of all allies to equalize the HP percentage. When attacked by a reality damage, damage taken is reduced and ripples with a rank 1 incantation. When taking mental damage, dispels the taunt. So you need mental. When entering battle and at the end of the round, inflicts beam revulsion on a random enemy for 1 round. When another ally dies, loses 50% HP. Cannot gain Moxie. After taking action, -1 Moxie. When being attacked by mental damage, damage taken goes down. And inflicts 1 stack of bean allergy on the source of the damage. If someone takes bean allergy, they will deal less damage. Damage taken is increased by 5. After 5 stacks, change to severe bean allergy, where their damage dealt is decreased and their damage taken is largely increased. And when taking an action, they will get Genesis damage. Okay, so it's the type of damage. So you need physical, and this guy needs mental. Well, unluckily, I'm gonna inflict allergy onto everyone.
A good point.
It could be found.
Fine. Taking another look.
Aha.
A little trick.
Haven't you eaten?
A new hypothesis. A perfect demonstration.
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Uh-huh. The benefits of field mapping. Calculating distance.
Right with.
Ooh, your damage so big, Winsong. Woohoo.
An academic question. A new hypothesis. A good point. Fine. Limited scale, infinite lines. Behold. No other study could show you this. Confirm the coordinates.
Uh-oh.
I wasted Winsong's ult.
Don't
Ow.
touch the device.
I'm playing Winsong wrong. A lot of you are saying I'm playing Winsong wrong. Wait, what do I not understand about Winsong? Oh! Oh, she cast all the precast. So all these precast becomes follow-up attacks. Okay, I'm so sorry. I used her wrong. Every of a card, not just the... Okay. Oops.
Wanna watch the aerial
A new
stunts?
hypothesis.
Relax. Please, don't resist.
Don't blink.
I failed my reading past
Taking
everyone.
another look.
Oh, no wonder everyone says that Winsong is busted. I was just like, oh cool, look, follow up out. Damn, what a good unit. I didn't realize that the source of the out was because of the precast. I just thought it was just strong. Guide maker? Well, I never make guides for... I never make that heavy of a guides in reverse, so I don't have to read that deeply.
Is all this still an illusion?
Red 38
Cool.
is about to return.
Looks like the way we came,
Oh,
but it's a little different. These signs, are they trying to take me somewhere? The way out, perhaps?
An ethereal scorn permeates the air. There is no option but to continue on.
Bertin, where are you going? I made some coffee for those clever eggheads. Enough to mend their broken souls after turning their backs on it for half their lives. Fancy a cuppa as well? Here you go.
Ridiculous. It's a violation of their scripture. You mustn't consume any beans or bean-based products.
Yeah, the great sacred scripture again. Hey, think you can just walk away from a pirate without breaking any rules? Let's see you try.
Am I fighting her?
Now you must have the beans. Or you can pick them all up.
According to their rules, I'm not to eat things off the ground, or pick them up for that matter. Though, this mountain of beans isn't going away by itself. Fortunately, it doesn't appear to be too stable.
A single vibration might topple the mountain of beans, perhaps dragging the circular note back and forth for a while. A single vibration. What are you doing? On phone, does your phone vibrate with it?
An illusion of a coffee bean mountain like this is almost as cliché as a pirate with a hook for a hand. Something like this could never hold up to skepticism. Mankind is slow in learning new ideas. They need new information to be explained in simple terms, using examples and analogies, or reduced to its most basic symbols and generalizations. Eventually, once they've gotten used to the formulas and outlines, they may just see below the surface and find the deeper essence waiting there. What about you? What do you think is your essence? Are you any more significant than a pile of coffee beans?
No. My thought. My thought.
Ah, the mind, the soul.
Oh, I don't mean my thought as in like I think my thoughts are more significant, but like my thoughts, the question exactly.
A thirsty animal thinks of water and seeks out a clear spring. Hunger pangs tell the cheetah to seek its prey. The fear of isolation tells the flamingo to seek the safety of her flock. Every action we have ever taken was prompted by a natural impulse. Sparks of electric current that can be tracked, observed, predicted. Perhaps our thoughts, desires, and our minds are only the sum of these minute reactions of cause and effect. Perhaps none of us truly exist, darling.
Oh, the squares now. The words on the wall are aiming to confuse you. Ignore them. Follow these notes.
Bertin, where are you going? We're still in a meeting. You'll have to leave from the left.
But I came in from the left. Why would I leave the same way I came in?
Oh no! You've made a mistake. Now you must stay behind bars until you prove the four-color theorem.
Four-color theorem says that any plane in the map can be colored using four colors in such a way that regions sharing a common boundary do not share the same color. Regions sharing the same boundary will not have another color. How do I understand what that even means? What the fuck? Huh? My brain broke.
Be careful not to make another mistake, or you'll be thrown into the Gorgon current and confined there forever.
As a 4th day returning, how far in artificial somnambulism should you go? As far as you can, but ideally finish it, of course. You can use my reverse beginner's guide. It should be a good way to teach you how to play.
You look worried. Don't be. We're friends. I will defend you in court. I will try my best to reduce your sentence to trisecting angles with an unmarked straight edge and a compass.
I don't know what she's saying.
I have to leave, but not from the right. There must be a way to reverse left and right.
Oh! Now why didn't Bertin just fall off from there?
Or right can be reversed as easily as changing your frame of reference.
In the phone, you must rotate your phone.
Responsible for their actions.
That's
when
cool.
We use such malleable definitions. We lead our lives according to these strict rules. Rules that are always changing.
So do you shake your phone for the
definitions.
coffee beans?
Why not simplify our definitions? To learn about the world like we were kids once more. Let's begin with math. Could it be as mutable as left and right? Could there be a hidden integer between 3 and 4? Is 1 always 1? Or is it just our frame of reference?
I would say the truth endures.
But where is it then? This everlasting truth. Have you ever seen it? Have you basked in its radiance before? Maybe the shadows on the cave wall are our true reality. Maybe the sun is just another prop in our shadow theater. What if the people who chose to stay in the cave
The sun's
were
a
the
prop.
ones who were truly wise? Be careful what you hold to be true, darling.
Triangles. I was gonna say, is this Sonetto? But that doesn't look like Sonetto. Sophia?
Timekeeper, are you leaving the banquet?
Sonetto doesn't have pink hair.
Perhaps we might go somewhere quiet. I wanted to speak with you about linear regression.
Terribly sorry, Sonetto. I really must be leaving.
Wait! Perhaps a more impromptu debate? I have some fresh ideas about our past discussions. Could I trouble you to help me refine them? The storm is gone. We have time to enjoy life again. You don't have to keep checking your watch or your task list anymore.
Oh, is this what Sonetto wishes for?
But time still is against us, and I haven't any left to spare. Not even to explain myself to Sonetto. I hate to be rude, but I need a moment of peace. If only I could turn everything silent.
Mute your phone! So this is silent mode. Oh, so you just turn the volume down. So in the PC, the triangle covers your ears.
I said, if you are going to stick to your plan, then you must value your time wisely. Don't be firm in your determination, but careful not to go too far. Otherwise, your silence may be taken as a slight. And should they retaliate, what then? That's no peace, but a silent war. And peace will not return until one side concedes, even if they are blameless. Doesn't that seem unfair? Well, you've already mastered your most powerful weapon. I did warn you I'd retaliate in the same manner. Now we are square.
Like actual squares? But that's a rectangle. I guess this is Sophia.
Oh, you're still here, Vertin. I thought you had disappeared completely. I was hoping I might talk to you about my number.
So sorry, but I really do have to leave now.
Please. I think you may be the only one that can help. It won't take you long.
1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 1 times 2 times 3, which equals to 6.
6. A perfect number. But it isn't my number.
Let's try again. Reset the calculation for me. Back to 0. Put an asterisk and 0 and we can continue.
Asterisk and 0? Is there a beetle flying around me? You say asterisk! Why is it my fault? What? 111 divided by 3. 42? Wait. 47? No, 37. But do I need to put a 0? Is that what she means by 10 times better? It's always their number but 10 times of their number? Man. She's mocking me.
No. That can't be my number either. Please reset the calculation back to 0.
What? Two times 3 plus times 5 plus times 7. 6 times 5 is 30. 30 times 7 is 210.
210. I know 37 isn't a fan. Still, I would be honored to have an integer like that as my number.
Let's try it one more time.
I have a feeling that together we can find the right number for me.
You're saying that you're 0?
Who am I? An old question.
Or are you just saying you're an irrational
Can't
number?
be as simple as your name. A name, after all, is only worth what meaning we give it. Bewildered by their own existence, man turns to the ultimate truth for answers. But soon enough, they come to see the truth is also beyond their ability to comprehend. That is when the fear catches up with them. So they put aside their search for truth and look for something more straightforward. A simple answer. Enough to satisfy a frightened child, caught between a comforting lie and something more frightening than the truth. That might be no truth at all. And if that is so, how can we know who we are really?
I am who I am.
Very good. Perhaps the truth lies hidden in the question. Hold tight to that answer, darling. A bit of elderly advice. There is no greater treasure. One day you might be amused by this idea. When you see yourself from someone else's eyes.
Oh, circle, square, triangle, rectangle, circle. I dwell in my form, I'm headed towards the future. This statement could also be false.
First is the circle, second is the square.
Oh.
37? Is that you?
The little girl does not seem to be listening. She's completely absorbed in building her castle.
Put the triangle on the triangle and the rectangle on the rectangle. Perfect, as things should be.
Fuck me!
The emanation? Disorder and chaos. This can't be. This isn't right. How ugly! How inelegant! How could this be the revelation from the patterns of the transcendental law above? How could such a terrible answer fall on my ears? I can't tell the others about this. There must be a mistake. I need proof. I have to go out there.
Burton, my child. Are you here to partake in sand play as well? No matter how oft we arrange them, the sight of them never grows stale. Alas, I shall destroy it.
Consciousness is snapped back to reality. The surroundings have been reverted to the rocky walls still enclosed within the cave. 37 stands with her head tilted, looking curious.
I think I had a terrible dream.
What did you dream?
Regulus claimed Six's throne and declared this the rock and roll empire of irrational numbers. She took out a jar of coffee beans and stuffed one into my mouth.
37 shakes her head hard, as if trying to rid her mind of the horrific
I'm
scene.
relieved that I woke up in time, and you as well. Let's go, Vertin. We need to tell everyone the numbers.
She chirps, her face lighting up with delight, finally free from the long nightmare. A beam of daylight appears before them. The lengthy trial has finally come to an end.
Do you hear that? So many people out there. Must be Sophia here to pick me up. I told her she can wait for me outside. Sophia!
The girl runs happily towards the light, like a young swallow swooping out of sight.
Wait, 37.
Got to catch up. Got to leave this place at once. Must share the findings here with the others. Finally, the light of day comes into view. A gust of wind suddenly rushes by, sending pebbles scattering across the ground. The all too familiar stench of sulfur fills the air. It is unmistakably the smoke of war.
What?
Unfinished tune. Use arcane skill +4, move arcane skill +3, merge incantation +5, starting moxie +25, incantation draw limit up. The timekeeper starting moxie is increased. Generates 2 rank 1 precast incantation for a target ally. Remove the rightmost non-ultimate incantation in the spell dock and grants moxie +10 to the timekeeper. Yeah, it's meant for Windsong. That's just stage 12. You're telling me there's still 18 more for me to sit through, and that just all happened in that one stage. A verse from an unknown source recorded on a scroll. Bang! In the distance, something falls. The cup drains the wine, tired eyes dry out the sun. Everyone clings to the remaining days. The body speaks to its guests. Who builds also uses the same hand to peel open the rock walls. The scar is a perfect circle, a death tied with a knot. Thus, the end. After the wave, what is left in its wake? Oh, there was more than the end. Oh, I could scroll that. I'll read it again later.
When will they give us the order to attack? What's taking so long? The island is just across the bay. We have men, weapons, supplies, everything. Just give us order and we will take to shore. Check out these bad boys. Anti-Arcanum weapons courtesy of the American from that Walden place. That creep just doesn't sit right with me. He's got that Arcanus stink about him. But his technology's solid and we needed it. We've got to get ahead of the Serbs and the Greeks.
The army has been stationed here for a long time, perhaps too long. The soldiers, stranded and demoralized by their failed landing, faces days of uncertainty without orders while politicians bicker. They are left to heat their food meal by meal, watching their chances slip away.
Relax, Georgie. Leave the decisions to the big shots. I'm sure they'll just hug out the differences in the meeting room or something. Besides, you saw the monsters on that island. Can't speak for everyone here, but I don't want to die.
Screw the negotiations! Screw the committee! Like it or not, we were the first ones to find the island, not the Austrians or the Germans.
Island? He grumbles and picks up the monocular back up, straining to catch another glimpse of the island across the water. The sea is tranquil, as it often is this time of the year. The water sparkles under the golden sun, stretching to the horizon without an island in sight.
Damn, those Arcanists have gone into hiding again. I swear I could see it from here yesterday.
He blinks, unsure if his eyes are tricking him.
Are those bird-like creatures leaving in droves?
His words barely catch anyone's attention. A new poker game is underway on the supply crate. A radio, a couple of beers, and a game of poker, a rare moment of enjoyment. Who could ask for more?
Georgie, brother, leave them be! Come, play with us! George?
The soldier does not seem to hear his name. He grips the monocular tightly, his mouth contorting as he mutters.
What a good opportunity this is. It's too good to pass up. We've got to act now.
A drop of vibrant paint slides down his cheek and lands on the ground with a splatter.
We will claim what is ours. This island belongs to us. It's in our territory and we were the first to find it. Why shouldn't it be ours?
The card players pause, gawking at the paint sliding down each other's faces, unaware that their own faces are melting as well. In silence, the only sound that fills the air is the static of the radio.
The Austro-Hungarian Empire has officially declared war on Serbia. Russia is mobilizing in support of Serbia. Germany demands Russia to stop mobilizing at once. Germany is mobilizing. France is mobilizing.
World War I. No, it's World War I, it's not World War II. The street has turned into a canvas of mesmerizing hues. The colorful paint swirl and burst, creating one spiral after another. It's almost like the stage or set of a twisted carnival.
Mother! Albert! Ilse! Open the door! It's important! You have to listen to me!
She pounds on the door, but as soon as she makes contact, the door softens and melts like butter. She trips through the door, but quickly recoils at the horror inside. The art and specimens, once delicate and exquisite, now resemble a jumble of spilled paint.
No, this can't be. Albert?
Still with a glimmer of hope, she carefully calls out to her
Clara,
brother.
It's odd to see you so flustered. What's the matter?
The familiar voice brings immense relief to her heart.
I'm headed to the business school. We'll talk when I get back.
Albert picks up the hat and adjusts the brim. The pin on the hat, Wengler's shop, shimmers in the dim light. Thank goodness, he seems to be fine. he's still the reliable brother she remembers, the family's pride, and his sharp three-piece suit.
Business school? But didn't you swear to never go back? Ever since your human classmate shot your arm in a duel. Wait, what happened to your arm?
He turns around, and Cakernia can finally see. Half of his suit is covered in colors, paint trailing down his face and pulling at his feet. An arm of flowing colors is attached to his body, like a mismatched puzzle piece.
Oh, Ethan. Yes, he wounded me. He had to prove his standing to the Brotherhood. There was no other way. But that's in the past. He gave me his arm, so now we're even.
What? He raises his left hand to show her the blade. Streaks of blood are still on it. He casually tosses it aside, letting it clatter into the darkness and disappear into swirls of colors. Albert grabs his walking stick, his new arm dangling lifelessly at his side.
I have to find Johnson, Raymond, and Herbert. That little rascal pushed Ilsa into the fountain. We have a score to settle. Take care, Clara.
He strides past her and hails a carriage with triangles for wheels to go.
Albert, don't go!
She runs to stop the carriage, but is unaffected by her efforts, like everything else in this place. A set of footsteps approach from behind.
The storm syndrome is spreading, Doctor. Stay any longer, you'll be infected too. Please, leave with me.
The trembling ground interrupts her. A mob with distorted faces swarms through the streets, chanting slogans and singing in their own tongues. White pro-war pamphlets litter the ground, like snowflakes being absorbed into a mire of effervescent something. The city is bursting with unrelenting energy, like a spreading chariot or a twirling powder keg.
The sign bell in the parade. Is that Aurora? I just met her at the coffee house last week. We were talking about her wedding.
Watch out, Doctor!
A sign crashes to the ground beside them. Rage-filled citizens are tearing the streets apart. Even the handles of roadside benches are yanked off and made into a weapon. The fervent protest consumes all who come across it, forcing them to participate with no option to decline.
This is bad. They have lost their minds. This way, Doctor. We have to get out of here.
Plan.
Shall I ask the enemy for their tactics?
We make an ideal team.
You should not make an enemy of the Earth.
But your debuff doesn't apply to anyone except yourself, Ballroom. Anyways, have fun though.
I hear something. This book? Don't be so furious.
I mean, it has increased in damage taken, so that's something.
To read.
Hey, I'm Miss Brookstaff.
Careful with the pages. Or this one.
Good timing. Whose heart is beating so loud?
Time to turn the page.
Close.
No need to look back.
Oh, there's corrosion damage.
Agents have gone. It's called common
Nice.
sense. Whose heart is beating so loud?
Whoa, hold on.
Whose heart is beating so loud? Talking out homes to go down. Radio waves are everywhere. Advice from the forest.
Ah, you nearly killed him. Do this.
We should listen to what people
Petrify this guy, although it might kill him. And then go for that.
I hear something.
Secrets always hide in careless ways. Listen carefully. Penetrate.
Well, he's gonna kill both.
Agents have gone. It's called common sense.
I'm a bit lazy to like wait for
Are we really doing it? Or
anything, so I'm just gonna do
do
this.
this
because I don't want to wait for the out animation.
Come space.
Hopefully it kills. Oh, it doesn't kill. Gotta play the out animation.
Maybe now it's easier to understand. Racing complete. This way, Doctor. We have to go back to your clinic. The Special Operations Squad will meet us there.
The young investigator holds the doctor's hand, determined to do her duty. But the doctor halts her steps and droops her head, looking dejected.
Marcus, you once said that there was another way to make things right. And then you did your part, as I did mine. But now, after all that's happened, please tell me, what's the point of us trying? Will we save them in time? Is there any chance that we can turn things around?
She struggles to hold back a sob. The roaring crowd fades into the distance, and the ring road of yesterday is now but a distant memory, never to be relived.
The ritual you acquired, the one you said could save everyone. Is it working now?
Let me in.
The floor in Laplace corridor has lost its clean, silvery sheen. Dawkins and his slobbering mud certainly played a major role in the destruction. The guards used every cleaning orb in their inventory to restore even a hint of its original glory. A pair of angry feet stomp across the ground, ignoring their colleagues' attempts to stop them. Enigma adds more muddy footprints without hesitation.
I have just one question. Why hasn't the project stopped yet?
His outcry elicits a reaction. The door to the director's office flings open, and an angry figure storms out.
Adler Hoffman, you have been removed from the team. You're not authorized to be here. You have violated...
What?
The LSCC safety management regulations? I brought them with me. You're welcome.
He throws the hefty manual right onto his former leader's face.
If you cared about the regulations as much as you claim, you'd know that none of what's happening aligns with its guidelines. Even the head of Laplace has no authority to continue the experiment under these circumstances.
Before he can continue, his ex-leader sharply cuts him off.
Get out of my face, Adler. I don't have time for this. We're in a state of war. Every participant has signed an informed consent form. If you are not part of this project, please leave immediately. We only have 18 hours until the storm. This is it. The first time we've made such a breakthrough in all 9 storms.
Oh my god.
Your sister gave up her life to take us this far. I hope you don't need me to remind you that.
Adler Hoffman is abruptly silent. A fiery rage ignites in his hazel eyes. A deafening void engulfs the space as Ulrich realizes his verbal blunder.
She made the ultimate sacrifice, hoping that it would lead to a breakthrough. But instead, death continues to rise. How can you let this go on?
He charges ahead, shoving Ulrich aside with his elbow. Ulrich's head slams against the wall, feral fluid shifting erratically inside.
I demand to know why the experiment is still going!
He starts working on the padlock to the door. Nothing's going to stop him from breaking through today. The alarm goes off. Ulrich struggles to his feet against the wall, a hand up to his head.
Don't we have enough crazies around here? Madame Lucy has important things to do. She has no time for you. Go cry to your therapist, human.
Important? What could be possibly more important than this right now? What happened to the humanitarian ideals of the Foundation? Are we now under the tyranny of machines? What's this important thing she's got to do? Reading the paper? Sipping on oil and charging up in a 230-volt bath?
He cracks the code, pushing Ulrich's arm aside. Enigma forces his way into the room. The room is completely dark. A piston spins at his feet.
Is that you, Adler? Welcome.
Is that where the story stops?
Oh, look at this mirror, dear. There's a sizable stain on it.
7 years of bad luck. Is that not when you break a mirror? I don't see any stains. Oh, it's both to imply that it's broken, I guess.
Yes, it is. Maybe its owner meant to break it so that the stain would be thoroughly removed. Now the stain is gone, and the owner has a collection of little mirrors. She must have accidentally left this one behind.
Whose mirror is it?
A lady with great ambitions and an unconscious charm. A lady who wishes to make the rest of the world accept who she is, and has suggested that many others join her way of thinking. Her brother, on the contrary, hopes to be taken in. In his attempt to act like everyone else, he lost an arm in a duel. If you ask me, dear, I'd say they're very alike. Equally lonely. The brother and sister are a mirror image of each other. She's often repulsed by the sight of him, unable to reconcile herself with all that he reminds her of. Now the brother has found his missing arm, along with his long-lost dignity. The surgery that the sister had been hoping would be done on this world has finally started. But all of a sudden, she's terrified of the incisions. As I said, despite their differences in approach, the brother and sister are mirror images of one another. But now the mirror is broken. I hope she can make it through the 7 years of bad luck. Poor thing. There's no way around it.
What's the significance of the mirror being broken? I mean, it's definitely not 7 years of bad luck. I think it's something else. A sandstorm in the room. A tiny grain of sand slips into the eye, causing tears to well up in response. The piston rotates on the floor like a toy top.
I am not in a suitable form to receive a guest. Simone, can you put me back in my body?
Her assistant rushes over and puts her into a robot body.
I feel much better. Thank you. Oh, you have even put on a face for me. How sweet of you. I have noticed your icy gaze, Researcher Adler. You are yearning to correct the logic of this place. Well, I only said that to Simone out of courtesy. In reality, whichever body I am put into makes no difference to me.
Her ill-timed explanation annoys him even more.
The experiment, ma'am. Why hasn't it stopped? Are you going to pretend that nothing's happened? That no one died? Could it be that you and Ulrich, the awakened, being the tin cans you are, have no regard for actual lives?
Adler Hoffman, I will not warn you again.
Ulrich storms back into the room with 2 guards, ready to throw him out at any moment.
Relax, Adler. You are led by a biased opinion because you lack critical information. A common defect in all cognitive processes.
Yeah, but in this situation, Ella
I
will be
believe
saying
you will
what
shift
critical
to a more
information.
rational perspective once you receive sufficient information on the subject.
A more rational perspective?
The human, known for his logical thinking, responds with an overwhelming amount of feeling.
We are humans, not machines. We are not expendable parts. I have plenty of reasons to question your decisions. Your excessive insistence on this experiment could be a sign of uncontrollable behavior, a trait commonly seen in arcanists.
The experiment has been cancelled everywhere. Except for this very room.
Oh?
What?
The robot flashes a smile, as if anticipating the man to be pleased with her response.
As you and researcher Medicine Pocket have said, the ritual is beyond the limits of almost everyone here. The side effects will kill them before the ritual can even take effect.
Is Lucy taking it
The
upon
first
herself?
wave was inevitable. Dora had pressed send before she disintegrated. We only managed to halt the subsequent transmissions and evacuate the unaffiliated staff. We kept only a few arcanists on the team, and each has signed the consent form.
Mutual consent. That bloody form again.
Forgive me, ma'am, but I have to use your argument against you. You too are guided by a biased opinion, an overly optimistic one. Because you have failed to properly assess the risks involved. We have suffered enough misfortunes just by uttering a few syllables of the incantation. We've talked about the limit of things before. You should know better and ask the rest of the team to quit the experiment. Your insistence will only bring calamity upon calamity on our people for nothing.
The researcher fights to stay calm, reiterating his views he had already shouted in the hallway. Ulrich begins his retort, but the director simply nods in agreement.
You might be right. But how is being right going to help us?
Huh?
She grins, trying for a warm, gentle smile, but it comes across as anything but. Enigma despised that face. Every time she tried to show a hint of humanity, it only served to highlight how different she was from everyone else.
You spoke of the limit. And I am surprised that it is you who brought it up.
Enigma pauses for a second, not sure if she's being sarcastic.
The physical appearance of humans has remained relatively unchanged since the Neolithic era, but their thoughts and civilization continued to evolve and underwent significant transformations. The achievements that humanity enjoys today were not given to the species by any one person with godlike powers, but were the result of the collective efforts of all human beings. Limits and boundaries must be pushed, or there would never have been room for development. There is no reason to believe that the limit cannot be challenged, especially when we already have the tools to do so. We must make progress happen.
Grandiose lies.
Lies?
Oh, crap. He forgot about her excellent hearing.
We have no choice but to go beyond that limit. If we do not break away from the storm, there is no future for us, let alone progress. We need to first determine all the side effects as a priority. This important step will help us compile data and eliminate the effects so our colleagues can use the ritual safely.
And who will try it this time, Madam Lucy? You're not going to test the side effects as the cost of lives, are you?
No. Thanks to Ulrich, we stumbled upon a breakthrough.
What is that?
You are right. It is time to send the other Arcanists home. Only the Awakened are needed here.
The Awakened?
The tungsten wires glow faintly red in the dark, then the room is
The
lit.
power is back, Mom. We are ready to resume.
It will take time to properly explain.
So the Awakened
Please wait,
are
Adler. We have yet to reach an
the
agreement.
objects, right? That turn into speakable, thinkable
Are you
beings.
experimenting? Here?
So now there's a third race that is gonna get included into the story. Ignoring the surprise, Lucy sits back on the iron chair. Wires of various sizes are attached to her body. The instruments come to life to the piston's rhythm, faithfully recording every change in the robot. From her slightest movements to arcane fluctuations, nothing goes unnoticed.
La Unwa.
Wait, she's reciting it?
Frozen in place by the scene, he looks around to the room.
She's read the reports, right? She was there when Dora broke into pieces.
Rarely does her back curl up like this. The usual cheerful expression on her face has changed to one of unease, suggesting that something is amiss. A hunk of metal should not feel pain. They have no flesh, no nerves. But if she is in agony, what could be the cause of such torment? Will she break apart too, like those people? The ominous curse has set its sight on its prey. It watches, almost like Zeus on the mountaintop, ready to unleash lightning to the mortals who dare steal fire.
No. Simone, I cannot continue.
Oh. The most primal, instinctual fear. This is the first time he's ever heard her emotions pour out so raw.
You fools! Don't just stand there! Stop her! Now!
Panic and horror twist in his stomach. He has an irresistible urge to rip out the wires and put an end to her torture.
Who's going to lead us if she also turns into a pile of scraps?
Stay where you are, Enigma.
Ulrich's voice full of animosity comes from behind.
You insisted on being here. You demanded to see this. Don't bring your pathetic, narrow-minded humanitarian values in here and tell us what to do. What do you know about us?
Simone leans over to her. She speaks softly.
You can do it, madam. This is just part of the established procedures. Just a few more syllables, madam, and it will be over.
Established procedures.
Fear ebbs away a little as she repeats those words.
I like that.
Her eyes close. She forces out the last word with great determination.
Clo.
It is done. A clear, accurate, impeccable read. Right at that moment, the lights in the lab go out.
Was that all, Simone?
Yes.
No one can see her face in the darkness, but Enigma believes it to be a smile.
Good.
A gust of sand rises in the room. Without warning and out of nowhere, it screams through the enclosed darkness. The raging storm engulfs the robot cold metal body, carrying her away with great force. When the sand subsides, all that remains is an old piston, clattering to the ground. I don't think I'm stopping here yet. I think I'm continuing for a little bit more. I don't think the sand is caused by Enigma. I think they're saying that the sand is... Wait, Lucy's there. Lucy's gone? Wait! Wait! Wait, the image depicts that she's gone. Her body is gone. She's on the floor. She's back to her original form. Even if there is no path, even if there is no destination, I'll go on for a little bit more. I'll see when's the time that I want to stop this. Hi, Crystal. A deathly silence. Until Enigma stumbles back, nearly falling over another person in the room.
She's dead.
The piston lies motionless on the ground, as lifeless as any other object.
This is what you wanted to show me?
His heart pounds in his ears as he pants, fists clenched and slick with sweat.
To watch her utter a curse that's always brought death, only to die in vain? And you just let it happen?
Ulrich looks at him, his voice poised and steady.
Calm down.
Calm down. She's dead right there, you murderer.
We have already repeated this experiment many times.
Enigma, to think that you were just seconds away from dying yourself. Enigma is in disbelief.
Many times? What? You've sent people to their deaths over and over again?
The ferrofluid flows again, forming a shape that Enigma can only interpret as disdain.
Look at you, Adler, peeing your pants over a curse. The human boy is so scared that he forgot to ask the crucial question. Did the ritual work?
But what do you mean? The curse, the side effects killed her. The experiment failed.
Imagine we're just going to be
Is that
presented
not
to a
what
room
happened?
of Lucy bodies. And then all
No,
that's left to do is to
triggering
fix
the curse and
the
failure
piston
are
in.
two separate things. I was the first one to recite the incantation, way before Dora. When I read it aloud, it worked. I felt the warmth of a miraculous blessing on my head. Soft, light as a feather.
What?
I told Madame Lucy right away, but as soon as she left the room, the curse hit me, and I began to liquefy. There was no one else in the room. My liquid form had become too insubstantial to push the help button. A long darkness followed. After that, I woke up again in my original primitive form, the way I first came into this world.
Original primitive form?
The ferrofluid pulsates, which in Ulrich's body's language is a nod.
Unlike humans, the awakened have neither flesh nor nerves. We are pieces of consciousness, echoes of a primordial melody that just happen to reside in material objects by chance. With a mind and a body combined, we could talk, learn, think like you do, and perform the experiment and endure the side effects. And this curse, for some reason, cannot affect the primal consciousness that caused our awakening in the first place. While human minds dissipate when their tangible bodies are destroyed, our minds reawaken regardless of the changes and destruction of our external bodies.
So are you guys immortal?
Of course. This was an assumption based on idealized circumstances, and I needed
Can
another
awakens
awakened
die?
being who could awaken in different bodies to confirm my theory. That is why I sought out Madame Lucy for cross-verification. The results?
Yes, it was an assumption. You said it yourself. You came back to life this time. But what about the next? Nothing is for sure in Arcanum.
Is Awakens
What if
Arcanum?
she never wakes up again? What if she dies for good?
He swats Enigma's hand away.
We know what we are doing, human. Stay out of this. Only the awakened can carry out the experiment, so we must proceed. This has nothing to do with race. It is a sense of duty that every researcher should have possessed when they chose this path. We have to go beyond the limit. Not out of madness, but out of rationality.
Silence fills the room, like the beginning of time when there was no sound to be heard. And slowly, the piston starts to spin.
We seem to have replicated effect number 2. And 117 of the Coleman Lab's protective rituals were proven ineffective. Write it down, Simone. This is the 4th time we have seen it. Also, number 45 and 69 are related to it. We need to speed up. This is too slow.
The lights are back on. The piston is placed into a new body. Being prepared for all possible outcomes requires a significant amount of metal material, but it is essential for data collection and analysis. With a soft hum, the robot turns her head and looks at Enigma, surprised.
Adler, what are you doing here? I am glad to see you out of your room and working with us again.
No, he's not on the team, Mum. He forced his way in here.
Oh, does she not remember for some time?
Oh? My apologies. I seem to lose a small amount of data when I reawaken.
She smiles at him, as she always does.
Still, I am glad that you are showing initiative, Adler. Were we supposed to talk?
No. We have nothing more to discuss, ma'am. Ulrich has filled me in on everything. But I still worry whether the experiment's risks were properly assessed.
Assessments will only be assessments. Much is beyond measure when it comes to Arcanum. Perhaps faith plays a more important
Well, at
role
least
here.
Lucy won't be resenting Adler in any way. Enigma is caught off guard by her words.
I'm surprised it is you talking about faith, ma'am.
It seems we both have the ability to surprise each other.
As they speak, the robot strolls over to a chair and sits back down.
You are right. Assessments could indeed be useful to us. It allows us to know the probabilities of success and failure based on established facts and past experience. But when we find ourselves in uncharted darkness, with no information or past experience to guide us, how are assessments going to help us?
She ponders and stares into the void. Perhaps the experiment did fry some circuits. She's more sentimental than usual.
The only thing we have in such darkness is the unwavering faith to move forward.
New BGM.
When the first steam engine whistled, I awoke into this world. At the beginning of this new life, my circuits were charged with a singular primal desire to progress. In the midst of that never-ending whistle, I have watched man build the towers of science and knowledge, and I have watched them unleash chaos and destruction. You too have been lost and deterred, but your engines of progress have never stopped churning. Always move forward, no matter the destination you told yourselves. Until the storm brought everything to a standstill. But this is just a small setback. We are only back to the beginning where we stumble blindly.
He's pretty motivational.
And this time, I happen to have a cane.
She gives him a tender smile.
No need to worry about me. I will not shut down as long as there is still hope for progress.
Done.
We have wasted a
What
bit
a
of time
character.
on data recovery.
I mean, in story, I can
Councilman,
see Lucy being
let us
likable.
begin the next experiment. I hope to dissolve into paste this time, so we can easily handle it with a Coleman's ritual of transformation.
She is cold, you know, literally and figuratively, but like... Gritting his teeth, he moves towards the door, trying his best to leave the horrific scene behind him. Someone is waiting for him by the door.
Seen enough? We know what we are doing, and you are of no help
She
here.
seems like someone who doesn't care about anything, but in a
the
way,
same old story in this
she
place for the
cares.
past 8 years.
It's just
When your faith crumbled during
she
the
has her
storm,
own stuck
it was
meaning
us
of
who
what
took over the
things
place
should
and
be.
cleaned up after you. It was us who got things back up and running, put coals in the hearth, and blazed a trail when everyone was lost in the dark. I know you may not understand the intricacies of the Arcanum, but please, show some basic respect for our efforts.
Will you do the experiments yourself, Ulrich?
Of course. I am not some emotional, unhelpful little punk.
That's very personal. Instead of his usual witty comeback, Enigma simply shakes his head in a slow motion.
Do you still remember Adams?
A sudden question that seems out of place. The Pharaoh quivers. The name seems to unearth memories that have been buried for 8 long years in the confines of this institution.
Adams, Roman, Adolf, Sylvia, Albert, Louise, those who were taken from us by the rain. Melvin, Francis, Caroline, Leopold. They volunteered for the field, but we never heard from them again. Now we have Dora, Richard, Dawkins, and Victor on the list. Life has a wicked sense of humor. My mentor, my classmates, my colleagues. Each of them deserved to live more than me. But they're all gone now. There's only me talking to you. Alive. Useless. Am I going to see your names on that list too, Ulrich?
Oh wow, that's an interesting expression. In this rare moment, he lowers his head. But soon, he raises his arms and slaps the man hard on the back.
Spare me the feelings, human. Though I will take back my sarcastic jabs at you, it is not something a leader should do. Madame Lucy talked to me about the importance of teamwork.
He awkwardly pats the human on the shoulder, a clumsy attempt at friendliness.
Go back to your room, Adler. The Arcanists will take over from here. Until we get the results, you won't be needed here.
I definitely still think Enigma would be significant to the story though.
I will say this, Ulrich. If you survive the experiments...
Alarmed by the opening words, Ulrich instinctively turns down his receiver to avoid hearing anything too warm. That would be more painful than suffering through 100 experimental side effects.
I will submit the sincerest application to never be on the same team as you again. So neither of us will have to worry about teamwork. How's that sound?
A curve that almost resembles a smile appears on his face.
I will wait for that application, Adler.
I think that's cute. It's cute enough to see two people who probably really don't like each other mutually agree to work towards never seeing each other again. It's like, if you can have that kind of bond with your enemy, it's really not bad. It's kind of therapeutic in its own way. At the end of the day, the way that we live our world is that we're all people trying to work, we're all people trying to survive, get through life. And we're gonna meet people that we don't agree with. People that we hate the sight of. But if you can actually bond with such people and simply realize that all of us are just people who are just trying to be whatever that we want to be, it's a really, really mature thing to do. Now, roll up your sleeves and clear your mind. This is not the time to grieve. If human reasoning and arcane knowledge are not enough on their own, perhaps a combination of the two can solve this problem. The lab door is in shambles, its metal plate barely hanging on. A wooden sign reading "Keep Out" sways precariously, covered in bite marks and scratches. Enigma takes a moment before finally knocking on the door. A voice answers from within.
Who's there?
Adler Hoffman from the Cryptography team. Is Medicine Pocket in? I heard that they wrote a paper on the linear correlation between the purity of an arcanist bloodline and their power. Can I get some more details on the research?
The door creaks open to reveal a youthful face, but she is not the genius he is looking for. The lab technician looks at him through her glasses and hesitates a little.
The paper is here. Help yourself. Sorry about the stains on it. I just took it out of the trash.
The trash?
If you're looking for Medicine Pocket, I'm afraid they just left.
Left? To where?
There is a subtle conflict on her face. She is torn between covering for a colleague and following the rules. It is more than enough for him to catch on.
They left the building? Hasn't the countdown already begun?
Don't kill my medicine pocket.
Yes, and by regulations we are not to leave. But, they said their new theory had to be verified in the storm.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming X and Medicine Pocket went out for a field trip. And so being the excitable little kids they're like, look at there, there's a storm, let's go test it out. Immediate side effect defense research progress report. 3. Immediate death, no other symptoms. 7. Soluble in soil. 14. Hair modification. 30. Dispersion of consciousness. 46. Fluid allergy. 47. Persistent severe dehydration. 48. Proportional body shrinkage. 57. Embrittlement of the whole body. 3. Unstoppable and irreversible. 7. Avoid the ground and wear special footwear. Oh, so these are like the solutions to each of them. Shave head and observe further. Call out louder. Okay. To open the floodgates, throw wide the gates.
Ha! Fresh air, green grass, the dew, the mud. This is what I'm talking about. A better world.
They kick the muddy ground with their boot in ecstasy. The mud splatters on the Foundation staff member's jacket, but he remains professional and does not bat an eye.
Researcher Medicine Pocket, I must remind you that we are at the edge of the immunity zone to the storm. Once we cross the line, we will not only catch the storm syndrome, but also be taken by the storm at the end of the countdown.
The entrance of the Foundation headquarters is bustling with personnel. As the storm approaches, a long line of field investigators has formed at the gate, waiting to pass through security. Medicine Pocket groans. They spread their hands in frustration, clearly unhappy with how skilled the staff member is at avoiding confrontation.
I know that. How stupid do you think I am? Hey, isn't that Rudolph? The poor guy sent to Tunguska? Hey man, how was Siberia? Welcome back. Did you bring me any new research materials? Oh, you don't recognize me? You're breaking my heart. It's me, your best friend that you just met, Medicine Pocket.
How does she behave like this? Medicine Pocket's attempt to approach the line is quickly thwarted. The staff member has to practically yank them back by their arms and legs.
Researcher, I must make clear that you only applied for 15 minutes outside for research purposes. Your countdown starts from the moment when you cross this line.
Okay, safety first, I know. Get off me, you're hurting my arms.
Medicine Pocket struggles desperately and finally manages to plant all 4 limbs back to the ground.
All
Is
bounce
Medicine
as
Pocket
soon as the
non-binary?
storm syndrome hits.
I think that's what you call it, yes.
Even if I
She does not
catch it,
identify as
look
any
at the
gender.
syndromes of this era.
He, she,
Distorted
they,
faces, murderous
whichever way you want to go
intentions,
for it.
obsession with war, rampage. What's got you so worried? They aren't that bad. Well, the melting faces part is kind of gross.
The staff member responds with a blank expression. Medicine Pocket shrugs. They kneel down and open the leather case. 1 week is more than enough for a genius like them to upgrade an old apparatus. It is the second version of the sampling device for asymmetrical nuclei R, boasting improved sensitivity compared to its predecessor.
I really wanted to test this in Vienna. Oh well, better than nothing. Alright, now, I'm gonna walk a little further from the immunity zone so the
Does
samples are
Medicine
easier
Pocket
to
have
gather.
no gender
The ideal
organs?
distance
I do not
is
know.
1,500
Is that why she's considered
kilometers,
non-binary?
but- Oh, don't worry.
Anyone has a
I'm
clue?
not gonna do that. Even I can't run that fast.
They hold the sampling device in their hands and step across the boundary. Behind them, the staff member starts his timer, a skeptical look on his face.
Now behold, the important moment. When I prove the dorks in Laplace wrong about asymmetrical nuclide R.
The room is as dark and dusty as when Enigma last saw it, but to him, it's a sanctuary. The towering piles of files and outdated equipment immediately isolates him from the rest of the world. Finally, he's back in his
Now,
fortress.
hypothetically, if the storm research were to succeed...
Guys, I know who Enigma is already. And I'm 100% sure I'm correct. Asmongold.
2 things should have been done.
He scribbles quickly on the dusty whiteboard. Safe usage of the rituals for enemies. Mass production of the rituals
And
for
to
humans.
find out the safe way to use it, we have to...
Have the power to wield it. Minimize the side
This is
effects.
what Lucy was thinking. The Awakened met the casting requirements of the incantation, and Ulrich succeeded, while the other Arcanists did not.
Am I
feel
saying
the
that
same
Asmongold will save the
miraculous
world?
blessing like he
Yes.
did. So as long as we eliminate the side effects, they'll be able to inscribe the incantation and mass produce it for the humans. One problem is, only the Awakened can carry out the experiments, and there's not many of them around. It'll take too long. There's no way to do this in 24 hours. Heck, it could take months or even years. There must be something else we can do.
There's also the idea of there's nothing else you can do.
But you are not an arcanist. Why should you play by their rules?
She's getting motivated.
Yes, that's right. Let's try a different approach. What if I start with the desired outcome and work backwards to the question?
So the desired outcome is you want to end the storm.
The quickest and most efficient way to save everyone is to make them qualified casters of the ritual.
What?
They won't even need protective equipment if we can do that. The challenge is, how do we qualify the casting requirements?
He looks at the papers on his desk in desperation.
Medicine Pocket's theory is correct, and there's enough data and supplementary experiments to back it up. The power of Arcanists is directly tied to the purity of their bloodline, which is
I've seen this
associated
symbol
with
before.
special cells
Is
in
it a
their
symbol of the
bodies.
energy in this game? What the heck is this symbol supposed to be?
Using arcane skills reduces the activity of the cells, but the Picasma extract
Ah,
can
Picasma.
reactivate them for extended casting. However, the extract only provides endurance, not power. It is physiologically impossible for a low-ranked arcanist to cast a high-ranked skill. That's the reality of it. If we were to compare the power of arcanists to household appliances, let's say their normal voltage is 230 volts, and if the storm immunity ritual were a high voltage source of 1,000 volts, no, millions of volts, like lightning, the household appliances would be destroyed in an instant.
He is used to simplifying complicated arcane jargon into relatable examples of
As for the
practical
humans, they're not
applications.
even in the
Hold on.
picture. We cannot cast to begin with.
Is a
I
solution?
personally didn't feel any blessing or curse.
Is he saying
when I recited half of the
the solution is
incantations
get
that-
everybody to cast it at the same time? That's my prediction. He falls back into his chair, rubbing at his temple. The researcher struggles against his defeatist mindset, but the hopelessness is hard to ignore.
Think, how can I get everyone to meet the casting requirements of the ritual? Forget what's theoretically impossible. The Arcanum never gave a damn about certainties. I've been reminded plenty that logic does not apply to things like this.
The answer could be everyone chants together, but no one will ever know because no one will ever dare to do it. Irritated, he pushes the papers aside and pulls out a book of Arcanum.
What about shortcuts? Are there
From the
records
Mountain
of
of Cutter.
transcendental heights? Significant celestial events? Sacrificial offerings? Or even
Is
newer
Apple counted as
emanating
awakened?
ingredients
Yes.
that could boost the user's casting abilities? Wait. Numa. Emanating.
Medicine Pocket is someone who does not have a reproductive organ, so they do not have a gender. They simply go by pronouns, any pronouns. The idea of no reproductive organs is a very hard thing to wrap around. Does that mean she got it surgically removed? But you can't be born with it, that's for sure. A thought flashes across his mind.
Where have I seen that word before?
There are 1% of the human population that cannot be born with it. Are you being real? I never knew. Can you be born with no reproductive organs? Wow, what? I have never known that that's a thing. Well, that definitely confirms the logic of why you people can be considered as non-binary. Yeah, deformities happen, that's for sure. That's kind of crazy to me. No, I don't think it's like there's no way for excretion in a sense, because like you probably still can pee, you probably still can poop, but you just don't have the reproductive system in you. And then there's always a saying that gender should be defined by the reproductive system of a person. But then it also becomes a, so what if I just don't have it? You know, then what am I supposed to be?
It was in the files Ulrich told me to read. The Timekeeper's report from the Aegean Sea. Those islanders call the storm the emanation. Why? The emanation. Emanation.
You're saying it like
Just
saying
what
it will...
is emanating out.
The door swings open with a loud bang, causing him to jump up in surprise. The towering stack of books next to the door tumbles over as if nudged by an invisible force. Then he hears a familiar sound, shuffling footsteps from the hallway outside, sticky and wet. Oh.
What the? Dawkins, I hope you know this is not the time to catch up. That is if you're able to talk at all. No! Let go! I've just come up with an idea! Leave me alone!
He got raided. He braces himself against the desk, straining to resist being thrown out of the room. He squirms across, stretching his fingers until he finally reaches the red button.
Somebody!
How is...
Help!
His friend's not subjugated. Shouldn't they be jailed or kept in at this point?
Keep the sample.
After being attacked by reality, damage inflicts a paralyze. When there are 2 stacks, goes into daze.
Fine. A good point. Oh. Taking another look. Wanna watch the air climb? A new hypothesis. Don't blink.
Is that 2 stacks because of the follow-up attack? Oh my god, it's 2 stacks because of the follow-up attack.
Have you eaten? Wanna watch the aerial stunts? A good point. A new hypothesis. A little trick. The benefits of field mapping. Confirm the coordinates.
Why not cast the precast spells?
Okay.
But the precast spells are no different from the normal spells, are they? I understand now in respect to the ultimate. But in respect to them themselves, they're not exactly boosted versions, right?
Pushed away the books and opened the door. The invisible ghost. Victor, did you do that?
The colossal muddy gingerbread man nods. They disappear. I mean, I'm okay with them disappearing, because they're not higher tiers anyways, and I have no ability to merge them. Beside him, a whiteboard marker in the air begins to write on the wall. It's me. Then the marker turns its tip and points at the door. Enigma does as his friend suggests to walk out into the hallway. Outside, people are talking and laughing with genuine joy on their faces.
Researcher Adler!
A figure in a shiny uniform suddenly stops nearby. Enigma recognizes her as the unfortunate colleague who works with Medicine Pocket.
What happened? Any progress?
Yes, researcher Medicine Pocket has proved their theory right. They have successfully found the asymmetrical nucleid R in the air before the storm, even if only a trace.
What did you say?
They came up with the idea because the nucleid was initially found in the raindrop samples of the storm. They deduced it also exists in the air before the storm occurs, like the water droplets in the atmosphere before rain. So now, we can extract it directly from the air, without waiting for the timekeeper to bring the raindrops to us. This will help us a lot in the mass production of the protective gear.
She trails off as she notices the look on his face.
No way. The emanation. Asymmetrical nucleid R. She was right. The ritual works. Any arcanist can use it. And the solution was right in front of us. I didn't need to boost the caster's abilities. With the right setup and materials, the world before the storm is already an enormous stage for performing the ritual. It's like a charged pylon just needing a cable.
Mr. Adler?
The man slips past her and starts running towards the other end of the corridor.
Thank you, Miss Whoever, and thanks for letting me know, Dawkins and Victor.
The technician looks around but sees no one. Nearby, a muddy head and a floating pen emerges from the door. Well, that was a very loud scream. What the hell? Enigma makes his way to the airlock door.
It's me, Ulrich. Let me in. I need to see Madame Lucy. Tell her I found a way to transcend the limit.
Story ends there. That was a fast one. Second generation asymmetric nucleid R sampling device test report. When the Guardian found Medicine Pocket outside the safety zone, they were crawled on all fours, frantically shouting that their hypothesis was correct. After confirming that they were not infected with the Storm Syndrome, but rather it was merely a part of their personality, they were brought back by the Guardian. Does the first paragraph imply that the scientists were fooling around while being in the rain? Like they acted they were dying. Oh, the hypothesis is true, and then they climb back in and then they... they became normal. This experiment proved that the outside air before the storm contained a large amount of asymmetrical nucleotide R. And the performance of the second generation sampling device was fully verified, confirming its ability to accurately record the concentration changes of asymmetric nucleotide R in the air per minute. That's a lot of R. Can we use it? Medicine Pocket, just overexcited, same as always. A person who transcended the syndrome. Person, Guardian Rogue, in tons of muscle pain. Poor guy. That's just Medicine Pocket's personality. They have things for dogs, as well as think they are dogs. Something. Yeah. I do remember Medicine Pocket thinks that a lot of things are dogs. Oh yeah, I forgot that they is the pronoun that he or she uses. So they doesn't refer to multiple people. In fact, they refers to Medicine Pocket himself, herself, themselves. So so she's the one that crawled on all fours. Okay, then now that's hilarious. The Storm speech. At the very least, we all now have a better understanding of how home appliances work.
We don't have time. I'll spare you the technicalities and explain it straight.
What? He pops off the marker and draws a few lines on the board. Exudes confidence with every stroke.
Our biggest problem is the limit of the bloodline. Low-rank arcanists can't command high-rank arcane rituals, similar to how household appliances can't withstand what's beyond their designated voltage. In most cases, the caster can only use their own arcane circuits that run through their inherited bloodline. But what if the caster were in a special electric field? What if we used existing circuits on the outside and put the caster into a greater circuit? What if we factored in the entire planet and used the atmosphere to split the current flowing through us by adding more appliances to the circuit?
Don't be ridiculous, Adler. We are not household appliances.
The Pharaoh frowns.
Hold on, let me finish.
Lucy listens without a word, giving him some courage to go on. He draws a big circle next to the little person on the board.
24 hours before the storm, the entire world is charged with abundant arcane energy. It becomes a space emanating pneuma, a cloud ready to discharge, a special electric field. Look at asymmetrical nucleid R. The key to the storm immunity was inside the storm all along. And look at how the Mandragora is the antidote to its own poison. The solution can be hidden in the question itself. The arcane energy a caster inherently lacks can be borrowed from the surroundings during the storm. We just need a way to induct that energy. And Laplace happens to have all the data for the calculations. The observation systems we've built over the past 8 years have not been in vain. First, we derive a formula to determine the pneuma needed from the storm based on the Arcanist lineage. Then, we'll design a converter to transform the external pneuma into what they can use. They will no longer be bound by their limits. With just one calculation and one conversion, we can turn anyone into a capable caster.
He excitedly stretches out his arms and ends his epic monologue. It's a good thing that emotions cannot be read on an awakened being's face.
I knew I shouldn't have wasted my time listening to you. What are you saying, Adler? You made up a confusing story, then drew conclusions from it.
The second part is purely theoretical, I admit. but the basis of my theory is correct, and I have read Medicine Pocket's paper.
But Arcanum is not electricity. You're too caught up in your excitement to remember the basics. You know nothing about Arcanum.
It's still a form of energy, yes? No one here knows what the storm is, but we do know that it's a massive arcane energy field. We can harness it, much like arcanists use arrays to amplify their incantations.
I see what researcher Adler is trying to say. A creative solution indeed.
Lucy's so wholesome, so accepting. Director gets up from her chair and intervenes.
But ma'am...
Do not worry, Ulrich. I also have noticed that humans could be smart and stupid at the same time.
At the same time?
Perhaps that is why they need to have their work peer-reviewed.
Thanks?
She nods amicably, pleased that her recently improved interpersonal skills have come in handy.
There is a type of electrophotography invented by Semyon Kirlian and his wife Valentina Kirlian in 1939 that depicts the energy field surrounding an object or body. It was later used by Laplace as a method of measuring arcane power, notably for the storm observation systems. Through it, we are able to capture and measure the arcane light or aura that is invisible to the naked eye.
Wasting no more time on mediation, the robot comes to a conclusion.
The plan of researcher Adler is feasible. Laplace also has the technology to support it. We have the storm observation stations, the capable casters, and the best mathematicians. Ulrich, please ask
Ulrich
Ms.
is probably
Tyler to
going to
lead
be
the
wondering how do you let this
calculations,
low
then
life
experiment outside the safe zone
lead
and record the Numa constant
a
needed
dumb
for
science
casting the
experiment.
incantation. And do not give the incantation to anyone. I doubt they can resist trying it.
Ulrich lets out a reluctant hum and leaves the room as instructed.
Simone, please contact Researcher X. His balancing helmet could be the prototype for our converter. That helmet balances the energy field in and out of our bodies, and was once used to protect researchers working with dangerous arcane skills. We could boost its power and use it as a substitute for Adler's converter. But we should postpone their testing request until we have completed our experiments on the side effects.
Her assistant gives a quick nod and begins drafting the notice. The tasks are quickly assigned to the right people in less than a minute. Only one person seems to have been left out.
What about me, ma'am? Should I go with the calculations team or help with the converter?
He takes a tentative step forward, curious about his role in this endeavor.
Right. I wanted to talk about that. You have proven to us the value of human thoughts and perspectives. I am glad that your struggles with the bottle did not damage your brain, Adler.
Bottle?
I am confident that your discoveries will save many lives in the storm once implemented.
The bottle? But it's been 7 years.
What? She just keeps on smiling.
But you overlooked one thing in your plan. What about your people, the humans who can never cast incantations?
They were not included in the plan. I just came up with something that took the least steps to reach the desired outcome.
Is she hitting him with the hard truth that yes, it's a skill that can be casted and might save Arcanists, but the humans are still in trouble?
To save humans, they'll have to rely on equipment. Only when we have better control over the ritual can we store it on arcane devices for mass production.
I mean what you said in a bit,
Then
why?
you should go perfect it.
Over on YouTube.
Huh? We only have 16 hours and 30 minutes until the storm. There's not enough time to...
The feasible part of your plan is in motion, and all of Laplace will provide the help we need. We will make it work. As for yourself, perfect your plan so we can save everyone, including the humans. And we only have 16 hours and 30 minutes to find a solution.
Oh wow, so hard hitting. The directions are given. Clear, precise, with no room for ambiguity.
Understood. I will think of something.
But he's thinking on. He has
You're right
nothing
about
to
this
work
one.
with. He turns around and walks away with long, purposeful strides. Behind Lucy, Simon has finished drafting.
There was no way he overlooked his own race. Yet, he still gave up his own people and brought this plan to us. Were we too hard on him?
Were we?
She turns on Chalendy and sits back in her chair.
But I made the right decision.
The internal line rings. The assistant puts down the list of side effects and grabs the phone.
Yes. Yes. We will provide the tech support.
She ends the call with a grave expression on her face.
It was Xeno, Mom.
Hmm?
They lost contact with Team Timekeeper 3 hours ago. They're asking us for tech support. They have to make contact with the island immediately.
The mind sinks and floats in an ocean of lethargy. A piece of driftwood would be well timed.
Don't worry, Sophia. It is just a game. I won't be in there for long. You can wait for me on the beach if you want, okay?
The wood dissolves into foam.
No! 37! Don't!
Ow, my eyes. Ow, my ears. She wakes up on a cold piece of rock.
Where? What happened?
Semyon Davidovich Kurlian was a Soviet inventor and researcher of Armenian descent, who, along with his wife Valentina Krisenfovna Kurlian, a teacher and journalist, discovered and developed Kurlian photography. Kurlian photography is a collection of photographic techniques used to capture the phenomenon of electrical coronal discharges. That's pretty interesting. Thank you. On the universal application of the storm immunity, inform all departments the experiment has made new progress. We'll use the atmospheric asymmetrical nucleid R to complete the storm immunity incantation for universal application. All personnel with computer programming experience and no specific duties should immediately assist Miss John Titter. Also, if anyone sees researchers X, if anyone sees researchers X, inform him to stop slacking off immediately. We need his inventions. A ritual using arcana to steal electricity. Typical human thinking. It was suggested by Adler. Damn, X is famous in the facility. Oh no, what is no bro, the pecs are speaking. After a monotonous constant noise, a response comes from the other end of the line. Regarding Xeno's request for assistance in establishing a dedicated communication line with the Timekeeper, we hope to understand the details. The exact content of the communication is a military secret. I cannot divulge the details. The Scientific Computing Center needs to understand the purpose of Xeno's establishment of communication to judge whether it is worth diverting manpower to build a dedicated line. Xeno's purpose is a military secret. I cannot divulge the details. Next, I'll ask some simple questions. If you continue to answer with I cannot divulge the details, I'll take it as a sign of admission. Do you understand? I'm not authorized to answer that question. Very well. Then is Xeno preparing for a military operation against Manus Vindictae and therefore needs to establish communication with the Timekeeper for this purpose? I cannot divulge the details. Good. This operation will ensure the Timekeeper's safety then, won't it? I cannot divulge the details. This is an unconventional operation, isn't it? I cannot divulge the details. This operation was most certainly inspired by the Pax Security Council, correct? We are soldiers. Soldiers act on orders, miss. Zeno hung at the call. Okay. All of you are saying 18 is the best place to stop. Sure, we can stop at 18. Numbers in everything. Hurricane, we won. My ears. The smell of gunpowder hangs heavy in the air. The once magnificent columns are now reduced to rubble and irregular stones. Blood rings in her ears, drowning out all the other sounds. Why?
I remember now. The island fell ill, and 6 summoned all the integers to the cleansing ceremony. 37. She went to Apeiron. They tended to their missions. I went to the square to pray for them, and then there was an earthquake.
Oh my goodness. Warplanes thunder
Human army?
whipping
Was
out
it the
debris and the
Foundation
girls'
mediating
garments
the
in their
disputes?
passing.
Did they betray us?
Calm down now,
I
Sophia.
need to calm down.
Your soul is
I need to find
imbalancing
the others.
towards the excess. Oh, is she still in a dream?
Slow down and breathe. Stability is an essential virtue to becoming an integer. Okay. Let's clean up the place first.
She places a hand on the brass ruler at her waist, and as pure as ever, begins to recite the incantation. Nothing happens.
The incantation didn't work? Did they fail to perform the cleansing ceremony?
She stands frozen for what seems like an eternity, disoriented and unsure. It feels like her world has crumbled beneath her feet, but then she notices a familiar figure in the distance.
Is that 42?
The man struggles to stand, rambling to the emptiness around him.
No one survives the oblivion.
His hysteria is acting up again. I should help.
Die, you lunatics! This is our land, right from the beginning!
When the smoke clears, 42 is gone.
No. No! Be calm. Be stable. Think.
Integers are the living examples of virtues. The standard of purification is the representation of a soul
Check on him.
in the world of
I
forms,
can do this.
a true being. Everything is a number.
Stay calm. He is divided into 2 numbers. 6 and 7.
You don't say that when you see a person splits into 2.
I have to find the others. I have to tell them about 42.
Sophia! What are you doing here?
She hears a recognizable voice coming from the ruins. Up on the hill, a woman raises her hand and calls to her.
Get to the shelter! It's them!
Miss 18!
Prime numbers can't be divided.
Sophia, get to the cave.
It's gonna get to that point.
Find Sophia.
Quiet sob comes from the bushes. The child cowers in the foliage, shaking in terror.
Scared. Everyone's gone crazy. It's okay. I got you. Come out now, Lacey. We will go find the others.
She's not the number. But the child stares at her in a panic, hugging her knees ever closer to her chest.
No, I don't want to see them. They will go crazy. Everyone.
A droplet of pain emerges on her face.
Lacey, your face.
But Lacey brushes her hand away. She turns around and runs deeper into the forest. It is the floating points behind the decimal which hinders the process of our purification.
This is wrong. I am the corrector. I have to help her, or she'd get herself killed. I have to right the wrongs here.
Battlefield.
Look at my back.
It could be
a good point. Fine.
Uh-huh.
No other study could show you this.
Oh, you're corroding. Mental damage corrodes.
Don't touch the device.
That's not good.
It could be
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Form is a bubble. Intersect and divide.
Right win.
Oh dear.
Fine. Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
A new hypothesis.
Don't blink.
He's down.
Oh.
Taking another look.
So if I use her out, she'll just cast all her cards, right?
An academic question.
It could be found.
Limited scale, infinite lines. Confirm the coordinates.
But she has no more cards to cast. Maybe we could have saved her out for the second round, but it's whatever.
The final demonstration.
2.
The final demonstration.
A new hypothesis.
I hope you don't die.
A good
There's
point.
a chance that you'll die.
Welcome to the world of numbers.
Is Ria still good in content? I think she's okay if you make her usable still
No
for your
other
squad.
study could show you this. Calculating distance. Don't touch the device.
Oh my god, don't die.
Fine. Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
Given that.
a little trick. Right win.
Don't die to corrosion.
An academic question.
Сколько побед?
It could be found.
Limited scale, infinite lines.
So she'll even cast a 3-star incantation. That's kind of insane. They're gonna hit really hard. Yeah, look at that. Holy shit. Ooh. 37 barely survived.
Foundations, kids.
She's getting a buff. Reverse is a bit unique compared to the other gacha games. Apparently they're gonna buff all their old characters. They intend to stat balance every character in the game, which I've never really heard of that in like many of the other gacha games. It's almost like doing an LOL treatment, where LOL always buffs and nerfs characters that they have. The world is warping, painted over with vibrant oil hues. Her headache is splitting. Each step feels
Sophia.
like walking on lava.
Keep yourself together. Keep your soul in balance.
Yeah, I know LOL is not bad, gacha. She closes her eyes and breathes. Tilt, not towards the excess. Daisy has gone out of sight, only her sobs remain to haunt her mind. Something needs to be done.
37. I must find her. I promised it to her. She is going to be fine. She's a prime number. And prime numbers are not as divisible as the others. She will pass the test of Apeiron and receive the transcendental truth. For she is the genius, the wise one, who returns. We will right the wrongs and restore things to how they were.
Because that is salvation promised by the truth. But take heart, the race of man is also blessed with divinity, for nature has already revealed her secrets to them. Once you understand this blessing, you will easily achieve all that is set upon you. You will heal your soul and be freed from evil and suffering. The golden Verisa? Was that what it said? Verses. A ray of light breaks through the darkness.
Sophia, you really waited for me. What happened to your clothes? Did you fall on your way here?
As always, she tilts her head curiously. She has not yet seen the chaos of the war. She remains innocent, untouched by the dust of the phenomenal world.
37. I'm so glad to see you. You passed the test. You did it.
You seem emotional. Why? I told you it wasn't going to be difficult.
37. Things don't seem right out there.
Sophia desperately grabs 37's arms.
37, you have seen Apeiron, right? You asked the question, didn't you?
37 blinks, too focused to spare a glance at the world outside. For she is busy sharing her findings with a close friend.
Yes, and I got the answer. The answer that will save us from the emanation once and for all. And the answer is...
It's the truth that transcends everything. The answer that will save everyone. Last and final hope. The moment she has been waiting for.
Is that it? The one true answer from Apeiron is a string of numbers?
37 nods, having just recited the last number.
Yes, Because the transcendental truth is beyond the limits of our mortal flesh. It cannot be described by words, seen by eyes, interpreted by logic, or perceived by the senses. It is passed to us in a form we can understand. Numbers. This is the key to the truth. Give me some time and I can decode it.
Sophia's gonna fade. Warplanes still roar in the sky. Smoke still chokes the air. Her lungs burn with every breath she takes. Time is ticking and people are dying. Helplessly, mercilessly.
Time. 37. How long do you need?
A month or a week. I will spend all my time working on it. It is not an easy question. Could be the hardest one I've ever dealt with in my life. But I will get there.
August, is she your sister?
We will be freed from all these problems once and for all. Even if we don't know its meaning yet, it will eventually lead us to the kingdom of truth.
He stops her enthusiastic explanation and looks at her friend worriedly.
Sophia? Why are you crying?
Sophia looks up at her. Tears stream down her cheeks.
That long? 37. A truth that distant won't change. What's in front of us now?
She breaks free from her friend's grasp and races into the smoke and dust of the phenomenal world.
Sophia? Sophia!
She no longer knows why she's running. She no longer knows the purpose of her existence. She only knows of the wild, fiery sensation rising in her chest.
No.
Is this the truth? Is this the answer?
Calm yourself, Sophia.
Even if the truth can keep people from the wheel of birth, what good is it for those already in it?
I have to.
You seem astray, child.
Oh dear me. A detached figure looks from the ruins of the beach, unperturbed by the
And
chaos.
sad. What pains you so? Has the truth not graced thee with its miracles?
Ah, you want me to stop here? Oh, that's a real cliffhanger. Oh, that's a mega cliffhanger if I stop here for the day. Oh no. Notification on designing a simplified balancing helmet. Prototypes of the balancing helmet developed by X have been distributed to each division but to be used as a flattest balancing devices in the plan for mass production of the storm immunity ritual. However, their structure is currently too complicated. Please start analyzing them immediately and simplify them into mass producible level. And since there are differences between the samples given to each group, there is no commonality in the related data, so each group must complete it independently, and due to the danger of the storm immunity experiment, do not privately test the reliability of the balance device outside. God, I hate X. We only have 16 hours left. X useless thingamabobs for mass production? This is insane. Why don't we just use the helmets directly? Makes X work overtime to rush out a batch. A fork in the road. yellow-haired and a fallen yellow-haired person. $210? Yellow hair is 210, right? 210 is dead? No, I'm not gonna enter. I think it's 210. I don't think it's 88. It's not blue skin. I don't think 6 is dead as well. I mean, I can see the headband. I'm gonna guess it's him. So I have what, 12 chapters left to get through. Doesn't look dead. It could be someone sitting on the thing, yeah. Rather than dead. Like, I mean, these are definitely dead, right? But the other one isn't. Is the island gone? Is it truly over for the island? Okay. Let you all know how things are going to be. I don't think I'll be streaming on the weekend. I will try, but even if I do, I don't think it's going to be for Reverse. I will come back to this story again on Tuesday, I think. I can't stream tomorrow, and I can't stream on Sunday. I think I'll do the story again on Tuesday, and then we'll finish it once and for all. So yeah, it's gonna be quite a long wait, but okay, we'll make do with that. Oh, I mean, I really like my experience of sitting here. It's been an amazing one, seriously. I think this is one of the best reading experience that I got in quite a while. I hope you all are enjoying it too. They have joined me on this. Half the story is done. We've got another half to go. We'll see how it ends in a bit. I really want to see what's the conclusion to everything here. So, yep. Oh well. I see you all back in another stream or another video of mine. Alright? Hope you all enjoyed yourself so much. I'll see you all soon. Okay? Good night to you all. Bye bye. Night night.